Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with Session 7, Episode 7, if you will, of our Caldera campaign titled Thunder Ridge. It says it right up there in the upper left-hand corner. This is a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition campaign ongoing that is set in a homebrew world of mine called Caldera, which is very heavily based on the Wild West, but is also blended with the fantasy genre. So if that sounds like fun, then stick around, because it is. The same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my streams, and that is if foul language or mature subject matters are problems for you, then you have found yourself in a very, very scary place of the internet, and you should turn around. But if those things do not bother you, then settle down and take a seat and hang out with us for a while. I'm going to pass things over to my players here in just a moment so that they can say hello, tell you what they might have going on, where you may be able to find them on the internet, etc., and then we're going to get things started. So, what is the episode's name? Down the Rabbit Hole. That's what I called this one. We're about to enter a dungeon, so this should be a lot of fun, I hope. So yeah, I'm going to pass things over now, and then we'll get started here in just a moment. So, starting first is Chadley.
Hello, world. Hi, my name is Chad, and I am playing Virgil Tombtalon, our resident vulture boy. He's a warlock, and I'm really enjoying this game, and I genuinely love when we get a chance to come back and play in this. I also really love a good dungeon dive, so whatever kind of chaos is about to forego this party, Godspeed, all of us. Because I know if Jeremy's running it, it's going to be a wild ride. So,
With any luck, man, with any luck, I hope so. I am a big fan of dungeons as well. I've done a lot of my D&D time at the table, playing through dungeons, whether it's been drawn out on like one of those vinyl mats with overhead projector markers, or sometimes in the recently with actual physical terrain, which is always a fun kick. So yeah, I always love a good dungeon, and hopefully this one turns out to be a lot of fun. All right, next up, speaking of a lot of fun, next we have Nathan.
I'm Nathan, also known as Dimension 119. That's where you can find me on all the socials and Twitch. I mostly do my stuff on Twitch. I'm super excited to be back in this game. I have been doing a lot of video games lately and not a lot of D&D. Well, except for on Jeremy's channel. I've been on Jeremy's channel a lot lately, which is a fantastic thing. But it's also making me a lot hungrier for more tabletop role playing. So I'm happy to be stepping out of my role playing 7 Days to Die with my chat spending points to get me killed by zombies constantly, to be in the Wild West and have Jeremy try to kill us with other things. So I'm excited. I can't wait to see what happens.
Well, great. There goes my whole surprise for points versus zombies idea. Let's tear up this piece of paper. No, you never know. But yeah, man, it's always great to have you here, Nathan. So I'm very, very happy to be the reason that you're getting to roll some more dice lately. That makes me happy. All right, speaking of making me happy, next up is Todd.
I'm Todd. I play Elias Stock, who's an Alkin, and I'm a gunslinger.
Hell yeah,
Nothing.
you are. Yeah, pretty crack shot. Yeah, man, I'm super happy to see what Elias is going to. Well, Elias hasn't really gotten into much trouble. I think he's been more getting others out of trouble. So I'm sure that'll be a trend that continues. All right, speaking of a trend and that it continues, next up we have Glenn.
Hey, I'm Glenn, playing Solomon Toomey, our resident Fennec Fox wizard. You probably won't find me much on the internet. Maybe every once in a while in a game over at Start Playing, you should look for Jeremy there too. He shows up there every once in a while. If you don't know how to get there, go to Add Tab and then go from Add Tab to that. For more information on Add Tab, please contact Chat. Other Chat.
Absolutely. I think my Start Playing link is included in the description of this video, but I also had a friend recently tell me that she was having a hard time finding me on there, so I have no idea. Supposedly it's like a great website for professional dungeon masters to be found by people, but who knows? I mean, y'all found me, which is great. So it worked at least that far, which I'm very thankful for. All right. Last but certainly not least, and speaking of thankful for, Chad. Or other Chad.
Other Chad in these parts. Yes, as my friend Glenn pointed out, for more information on AbTab, or as its full name is Absolute Tabletop, you could check them out on the different various socials and get into games like this, or maybe even run your own. And maybe even just bounce ideas and world builder, anything like that. Wonderful place and community to role play gaming with tabletop gaming. I am playing Lucky Lazarus. Hopefully he's still got some luck left in him. But we'll see. He is an armorer, and he is what's left of a rabbit. He's kind of like a Darth Vader, Iron Man kind of archetype. He's like more machine than rabbit anymore. And he's out trying to outrun his nemesis, who apparently knows him now and knows that he's still alive and is on his rest in peace. And that he will be he's on our trail right as we go into this dungeon, as you will. And so we're gonna find out if he follows us in or what have you. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Absolute Tabletop, keep your eyes and ears peeled, because next month there will be a trilogy that goes down here on the channel that is sponsored by Absolute Tabletop. We will be playing a story that takes place in the world of their newest book that they just kickstarted a little while back, called Aether Nexus. It's about mechs and their knights, kind of in a broken, crazy, gonzo kind of world where knowledge and memory are what fuel magic. So, yeah, having a lot of fun getting that put together. Very much looking forward to finally getting the chance to run that. So, keep your eyes out. Okay, I think with all of that covered, should be ready to get started. You all ready? Rejoin the 5 of you where we last saw you. Underground, not deep, but underground all the same. In what has kind of been described as a throne room to you. You've already met with and talked to the representative of the Deadfall Timber Company, and he has given you leave to delve into this claim and see if you have what it takes to be the people who clear this place out for the logging company. Because as of now, it seems like negotiations are headed towards them selling this land and the claim on it to the Wellington Railroad Company. So, you have prepared yourselves and are about to head into this claim, see how far it goes, what you might be able to find in here. So if we look at the picture here, We can see some archways that are to the left of the staircase and the right of the staircase. Both of those seem to head deeper into this complex. The left-hand side has people coming and going from it, and they have been since you've been down here talking to this man. And that is apparently the part that they have already explored, and they're already bringing crates full of things out of it. To the right, they have not explored very far. If we head that direction, you'll probably learn why. But then if you also look at this picture, at the very, very back of this room, there's a series of archways. That also seems to lead deeper than they have really been. So the choice, then, put to you is either whether you want to head towards the back and out those like 3 archways at the very back of the room, or if you want to go to the right of the stairs.
You mentioned we would see, does it feel like something we can, the one that's on the bottom right, does that feel like something we can dip our head in and take a look real quick and be like, oh, no one's coming in here because it goes nowhere, like, or
Absolutely. Yeah. If you kind of, just duck your head in there, you can see there's like a small room. It looks like it was probably like a seating area, possibly for people who may have been like waiting for an audience. But the furniture in there is broken and discarded off to the side. But the door on the far end of it has been opened, and when you look through there, you can see the reason why nobody has pushed further. And that is because it is absolutely covered in spider webs. The walls, the floors, the ceilings. It's not much of a hallway, it's more of a tunnel, from what you can see.
awesome. Saul is gonna scuff up the area in front of the door, the tunnel, right? And sort of slide back and forth to the entranceway several times, just kind of create like a path in the dirt and dust that shows it's fresh, someone's been there. And I'm gonna chuck my hat as far and hard as I can into the spider webs and run like hell back out. So hopefully when dipshit shows up, since he hasn't showed up yet, if I'm not mistaken, they might go the wrong way. And then I'll be like, I say we go out the back.
Anybody else want to weigh in?
Why don't you lead the way?
Sure. I'm sure that I'm the best one to have in front. Let's go.
I mean, I think if Soul were to make the argument, I think that Virgil would be willing to take point more so.
Who's got the best eyes on him?
In terms of like, we talking dark vision? What are we talking about?
Yeah, that'd be good too.
Because I got dark vision up to 120 feet, so we're good there.
Okay, I think I do too. Let's as we're walking to the back, after Saul has now convinced the people here that we are professionals at this.
Clearly professionals.
As we're like turning around, like, all right, so who here can actually see in the dark?
Okay.
I think I can too. I gotta double check.
So it really just depends on
And as well.
how far we're going to be heading down.
Yeah, I got dark vision. So does anyone not have dark vision, or are we good to go?
I think
Alright, we're
I
good.
saw hands or yays from everybody.
Everybody.
So
Excellent. Yeah, so who's got the best perception then?
Now it's a matter of who can see the little things. Perception wise,
Well, you're more than willing to try to look past me, but you should probably put my AC in front of you.
yeah,
I'm kind of here to take a hit, so
you.
and I'm not the
Let's
biggest, so
see.
you should be able to see past me.
I like that.
Yeah.
okay. So it sounds like maybe Laz is leading the way.
Yep.
Yep. Sounds like a good idea.
Okay. So you head up the remainder of these stairs and kind of make your way back to where these arches are. This looks like at one time it was a doorway flanked by 2 stained glass windows. The stained glass is mostly all broken out, so you can see like where some of the lead between the panes might still kind of form somewhat of a pattern, but even that has deteriorated and broken down over time. The doorway itself has a door, but it's been propped open for however long this place has been down here, and has rubble and detritus like built up to the point where you doubt that it would even be able to shut anymore. And you walk out onto more stone, so like the stone that kind of forms the floor in this raised dais at the back of this throne room continues all the way straight through the threshold of this door and onto a rather large balcony. So you can see in this picture up at the top, it's a circular balcony that is that has a pond at its center and a stone walkway that kind of goes all the way around the perimeter of it. There are torches and braziers that are burning. Your guess would probably be some kind of magic, is what has kept these lit. You see a staircase that kind of descends off to your left-hand side. It descends downward to a walkway, but the walkway just kind of runs into the cavern wall. It doesn't look like that was the intention, but that looks like that's the case all the same. You can also see down below you that there is a strange kind of curving walkway that off to the left, and a rather deep looking pit or well that's kind of nestled in between that strange walkway. And then to the right, down beneath you, there is what looks like a little bit of a cavern floor slash what maybe once was part palatial gardens. You can see like a fountain that looks like it was, probably once very beautiful, but it is literally melded together with like a stalagmite growing up through it. On it is kind of hard to tell. You see what looks like hedges that have kind of like died and become just withered branches. Each of you, if you would please, make a perception roll at advantage.
$16.
Okay. 16, dirty 20, another dirty 20. Holy shit.
Getting dirty tonight.
19.
Down and dirty. 19, 17. Okay. So all of you also notice that down in this gardens area, there's there's a lot of stalagmites. There's a lot of, like, again, you know, overgrown shrubs that are kind of died. But you notice a large shape that is kind of lumbering around. At first, most of you might even think it was a bear because of the way that it's moving. However, all of you have no problems telling after a moment that it is, in fact,
A hamster.
that fantasy staple classic, an owlbear. And particularly savage, wicked-looking, lean owlbear. What would you like to do?
Owlbear's all the way down.
Yes. Probably about a 30-foot drop from where you are currently.
Okay. Or one single.
I can
misty
snipe it.
Yeah, I like shooting it from afar. Owlbear, good eating.
Let's do it.
All
I
right.
mean, they're a nuisance animal, really. You know, we're doing a service in this instance.
Exactly.
All right, so let's do this. Todd, why don't you go ahead and give me an attack roll? Everyone else, if you would, roll initiative.
I got an 11, which sucks.
Oh, no.
I got a 4. I'm just kidding. What's my initiative?
So, yeah, an
15.
11 will not hit. Okay.
But I get multiple attacks.
Absolutely. So you can go ahead and take your second shot.
16.
That will hit, however.
$20 points of damage.
20 points. Okay. It is most unpleased with you. It lets out a horrifying screech in pain. 13 for Soul, 12 for Laz. Yeah, that was the second shot. And then if I could get a an initiative roll from you as well, Todd, please. Yes, the owlbear might be. Oh,
23.
listen. 23. Holy crap. All right.
Nat 20.
Yes, sir. All right. So now that this owlbear has been made aware of your presence, it is now going to attempt to do something about this. But before it gets the chance to do anything, Elias, you get to go. Again. You're muted, sorry.
I get to go again? Sweet.
Yeah, you basically had a surprise round on it.
All right. We are going to attack it with my rifle again.
It ain't broke, don't fix it.
21.
We'll hit.
12 points of damage.
Right. It is very, very upset.
Second attack was a 10, so it does not hit.
No, will not. All right. So we hear a shot ring out, and thing screeches again as it wheels around, fixing the balcony where you're all standing with its narrowed eyes. Virgil, it is your turn.
All right. So Owlbear is how far away from us?
About 30 feet down, probably maybe 40 feet out from the base of the tower. I don't know what that works out to be.
30 feet down.
Oh, is it actually 50?
40 feet out.
Pythagorean theorem, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah. Yeah. Be like 50 feet.
All right.
Okay.
We'll call it that. Sure.
So yeah. So 50 feet out. Oh yeah, that's fine. Well, if it's not broken, and I want to save my spell slots for other things, so let's use the go-to cantrip for all warlocks. Eldritch Blast.
Oh, I thought it was message.
No,
Oh,
you
shit.
think so?
Yeah.
But Eldritch Blast, baby. Ooh, okay, that's good. That's a good one on the first one. That's an 18 on the die plus 7, so that's going to be 25 to hit, 26, right? 25 to hit.
Absolutely hit. Yep.
Sweet. Okay. And then I forget which one is a D10. Nope, not that one. Not that one. There it is. There's the boy. All right. Okay. Ooh, that's not bad. 5. So that's 9 damage. On
Okay.
the spell. So yeah, he'll hit him with an Eldritch Blast, and then it does 9 damage because I now have and then I also incorporated Lance of Lethargy on there.
What is
so Lance of Lethargy is one of my new
Invocations?
Yeah,
Oh,
invocation.
nice.
So once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with your Eldritch Blast, you can reduce that creature's speed by 10 feet until the end of your next turn.
Wow.
So I will incorporate that. So yeah.
Wow. All right.
I think I think
So that's
warlocks
pissed off
only
is
get
slower.
the one. Yeah.
Your 5th level?
I only get the one. Yeah, I'm 5th level, but
I believe
think I
all your
only get the
cantrips roll
one.
at 5th level.
Yep, I
Which-
believe I only get the one attack though. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I think-
one attack. Right?
I
One
think
attack?
every 5 levels, I think you get another ray or another bolt.
Oh, I get 2 bolts. That's right. That is correct. So I have 2 bolts to shoot. So yeah,
Yep.
so I'll do another one. I'll shoot another one.
Okie dokie.
That bad boy is going to be. That one's going to be 14 plus 7, so that'll be 21.
Also will hit.
Okay, cool. That one not as good. That will only be 7 points of damage.
Good grief. Okay.
But bye
We're
bye.
eating this thing's lunch. But it is definitely still here, and it's just more slowly pissed off now.
It is slowly moving towards us. That's the goal.
Dusty, it is your turn.
Dusty is going to unclip a bow from around his shoulder and clip the string back in and knock an arrow and see if he can put this owlbear out of its misery. That's going to be a 13 to hit.
That is the magic number.
Right. That's going to be 8 piercing damage.
All right. You
And
should
then,
also have a second attack, right?
Yep.
You're a
I'm
fighter.
going to take a second attack.
All right.
That would be a natural 20.
Okay. Okay. This thing is not in good shape.
So how are we doing? How are we doing them criticals?
So crits is you wear your shirt. No.
I mean, I am,
You-
but
Are you? My brain literally just went. So yeah, you take your maximum die damage and add all of your modifiers, and then you roll your dice and add your modifiers the second time.
All right, so 12, 18, and then I add modifiers the second time.
Yes.
22 damage on that second shot.
Brief. Damn. All right. So there's just this incredible volley from this balcony of missiles, both magic and otherwise, just raining down on this creature, and it is still looking like it is intent on violence. Okay, Saul.
Oh, excellent. Well, if it's intent on violence, might as well oblige. I think Saul's going to walk up to the edge to look down and firebolt real quick. It's a 16 to hit.
It will hit.
Excellent.
This is firebolt.
Yep. And so that is
Okay.
10 fire damage. And
All right.
I will back away from the ledge.
Okay. That brings us to Laz.
Y'all are gonna keep me from doing anything. He will have something to do then. He will have his light crossbow out and send a bolt that way. 11 was not enough, from what I recall.
No, it is not.
And I have extra attack, but that's even worse. So
Okay, so twang, twang. No dice from Laz's crossbow.
not his forte.
The owl bear is lumbering forward from this beach area, this area that's kind of across this small little waterway, and runs to the wall. It was 40 feet out, and it can't move its full movement. So, okay, so it's still about 10 feet away from the edge of where this this balcony sits, and you can hear this thing's roars, this thing's screeches are not quite as powerful as they were before this great volley happened down upon it. It is definitely somewhere more of like a whimpering, like a sad kind of noise, but it is still charging at the wall where you all stand. But that's when you realize that its screeches are actually answered. And from a cave off to one side, you see another owlbear emerge. And kind of, you see it look at the first owlbear and then look up where all of this is raining down upon her. And they look the same, only this one is probably about 25% larger.
Yeah.
And it likewise begins charging towards the balcony. However, this one is not slowed by Virgil's magic. It runs up and slams its shoulder into the pillars that are supporting this balcony. Okay. It slams into these pillars, and there is a tremendous rumble beneath your feet. You feel stones like starting to kind of shift the water in this pond behind you has like splashed violently, and you realize this thing literally just took one of the columns beneath you down. And it's probably not going to be long before things beneath your feet start to shift. So I just rolled a d20 to find out what point in the initiative order that things are going to get interesting. So, we're now in round 2. Elias, it is your turn.
All right. Can I see the big one?
Yeah, definitely. If you come like straight up to the edge of the wall and look straight down, you can.
All right. I will try attacking it. First shot is 22.
Will hit.
And then second shot is a 17.
Both will hit.
Okay. Damage on the first one is a 5, which sucks. Damage on the second one is a 19.
So 24 total.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty healthy. You shoot down. Again, is your rifle lever action? Rifleman style? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you pow pow, shoot downward, kind of leaning over the wall, having to get pretty close to be able to angle your shot down, and then maybe fall back after you shoot, but landing 2 shots and drawing blood. Virgil, your turn.
All right. So I see this happening, and I know that even though the smaller one is more damaged, Mama is pissed. So before she can do any more damage to us, I'm gonna follow up with I want to save my big ones because for something potentially bigger, I'm going to try to maybe hold out on this. So I will do another round of Eldritch Blast. 2 more shots of Eldritch Blast. I already pre-rolled that. I got a nat 20 on the first one.
Okay.
And then an 18 on the second one. So
Both will hit. Obviously,
I rolled
critical
damage for both. Let me see what that comes out to though. Hold on. It's with the bone. So that should be do. So that would be 12 damage. However you do, so it'd be 12 damage on like a normal roll, and then however.
So you got 12 on your first one?
Criticals. I got 12 on my first one, yeah.
Okay. But it's a D10 plus.
It's a D10 plus 4 because I've got agonizing blast,
Okay.
so it pushes it to an 8 plus 4, so 12.
Yeah. So the way that I do crits is your max damage plus any modifiers, and then you roll your damage and your modifiers a second time.
So that would be 14 plus 12.
Plus 12.
So
you
a
got
total
26
of
from the first one.
26 on that first hit, and then another
massive.
9 on this, and then another 9 on the following.
Okay, so that's 35 points
So that's
together.
35
That's
points
insane.
of damage. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I'm just trying to like.
Wow.
I think Virgil feeling like the walkway kind of start to like wobble or give in any way. You watch as he like digs the spurs of his talons down into the stone to kind of like bear to give himself some bearing, because if it's gonna go down, he wants to like at least keep his stability so he can fire straight. And then that first shot is just a clear cut right between the eyes shot. and then the second one will catch on the shoulder.
Right. This thing likewise screeches, but as it screeches, you can feel that vibration through the shifting stones of this balcony, kind of beneath your feet, and you can hear that noise that stone makes when it grinds upon stone. Dusty, your turn.
All right. I'm gonna continue to use my bow, except I'm going to turn it towards this bigger owlbear this time.
All right.
That is going to be a 26 to hit.
It's close, but you managed to pull it off.
I'm actually going to use one of my maneuvers and do a distracting strike on it. So let me make sure I'm reading this right. So I get to add a superiority die to my damage roll, and the next person besides me that attacks before the start of my next turn will get advantage on it as well.
Okay.
13 at 17 damage, piercing damage on that first bow shot.
You said 13?
17.
17. All right. Let's grief. Okay.
And then
the second one,
23 for my second shot.
Will also hit, yeah.
Or 11 damage.
11 more. They are basically the same level of damage at this point. Okay. It is... Oh, guess what, y'all? It's fun time. I need everybody to roll either an athletics or an acrobatics check. Would please?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's see. What do we have? A nat 20. Okay, Virgil's doing good. Ooh. Saul, not so much. Laz, not so much. What do we got
23.
from... what'd you get, Dusty? 23?
23.
Ooh, okay. Good, you're good. And then for Elias, what do we got? 23, okay. So, apparently the section that is beneath Saul and Laz was the one that gave way first. The stones just shifting enough is probably where, directly above where, you know, the column that was already taken out has been located. And so the stones literally just cascade, almost like a waterfall, off of the edge of this rounded balcony and tumble down towards the cavern floor below. And most of the rest of you manage to scramble back fast enough that you're not kind of like pulled down with it. However, that's not the case for Lucky and for Saul. Both of you go tumbling down to the cavern floor below you, which means that you're going to take some damage. First of all, you fell 30 feet.
Ouch.
So that's 3d6 coming at you right now. This is bludgeoning damage, if it makes a difference at all. You're going to take 9 each. But also, it wasn't just a soft landing on, you know, without stones raining down around you. So there's a little bit more coming your way. Additional 2d6 of bludgeoning as well. Another 10 points of bludgeoning. That is 19 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are deposited on the bottom of the cavern.
17 or 19?
Oh, did I do the math wrong? It might be 17.
I think it was 7 and then 10, right?
Then that would be 17. Yes. I'm talking and trying to do math at the same time.
Hey, no, it's
There's-
all good.
You
You
know,
got a story to run. You got all kinds of
it's
stuff. I'm
anybody's
just
guess whether or not I'm doing any
very
part of it
tiny
correct.
guy. Very tiny guy. Very,
No.
very few hit points.
Okay, so yeah, you are now kind of down there with two very injured and very, very angry owl bears. Let's continue the turn, shall we? Next up
Yeah.
is Sol.
Excellent. So, let me see here real quick. Here you. Oh, nice. Are they within 10 feet of me now that I fell down there?
The big one definitely is.
Okay. And you said they're both about the same level of hurt.
Yeah, they're both pretty messed up, but they're both still
see if-
in this.
Let's see if we can save it first. Let's see if the big one can beat a DC 15 Wisdom save.
Ooh, doubtful. We'll see. 15. Ooh, not rolling like
Yep.
that. Let's see. Wisdom. No, absolutely not.
Oh, well then, do you hear the bells are ringing? So that is 2d12. That is not a great roll, though. That is 12 damage.
12 on the big guy. Ooh, okay. Not looking so hot. But it's still up.
I am going to go ahead and bonus action do the Draconic Cry. So I would have had advantage, but it's a saving throw, so it didn't matter. But until the start of my next turn, basically everybody has advantage against any of the enemies within 10 feet of me that can hear.
Okay. If
And
that,
then
when that comes
yeah.
up, rather, just remind me if you would.
Yep. Well, basically for all of our guys, hey, you have advantage on the big guy who's near me, near the little teeny tiny
This one
Saul.
right here.
Yeah. Yeah, and instead of a draconic cry, again, it's like the high pitched squeal of a fox, like oh Jesus, help me! Yeah. So, and yeah, that's me.
That's a you. Okay.
That's
Next
a
up
me,
is
Solomon.
Laz, also on the ground.
Oh, I'll get up from prone if I was
Yes.
prone, I
Okay.
guess.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
As
Sorry.
will I. And then how far is the
The big
next
guy's
one?
within 10 feet.
Perfect.
The other
So
one
I'm
is
still
probably
within
20.
10 for a soul. The chess piece seems like it's sparking, and then it powers back on, and the electricity crackles down his fist, and he winds it up, and he runs up and tries to uppercut this owl bear.
This is the big one.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have advantage.
First one. It's better. So 21.
Will hit, absolutely.
Yes, that's the case. Seven. I think that's a little light. Is that lightning or thunder? Thunder damage, if that matters.
Okay. 7 points. Okay.
And then I will swing again with advantage. And oh, nat 20. Is there a reason to do it again?
Oh, yes. Go ahead. Just in case.
Get super duper crit.
I got that nat 20, so so it's 11 plus with another 3, 14 plus whatever I roll. 15 thunder damage.
Holy shit. All right. 15. Okay. Lucky. How do you kill this owlbear?
I run up and I give it the first uppercut, boom, and it dazes it. And then I bring it back down with the shield and the fist, and boom, and then the electricity and the thunder, they blast out and giving it a more of a concussive blast, and it doesn't get back up. And then the electricity starts to instead of dissipating, it goes around his body, and he's gonna, as a bonus action, activate the defensive field.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And so, that one's dead. It doesn't matter. If it would have attacked anyone other than me, it would have had disadvantage. But
Okay. Good to know. And I think too, like the thunderous, like, you know, explosion, you know, from this massive hit where you have killed this thing, it absolutely kind of shifts this this balcony and this rubble even more. More chunks like break free and kind of like cascade down, like hitting, you know, the cavern floor and bouncing 3 or 4 times before they finally come to a rest. There's now like water like freely like running down this broken section where you've just kind of fallen from. The pond above having been breached and is now like cascading in a like a fetid waterfall kind of down here. But all of you, for the moment at least, are safe from further harm from that. However, the initial owlbear that you saw, slowed though it is still alive. And it is going to close with you, Laz, and is going to attack you. Once with its beak and once with its claws. Beak up first. What is your AC?
20.
20. All right. Hits you with a 22. Oh. You're going to take piercing damage from its beak to the tune of 13 points as it bites into some soft part of your body with a incredibly sharp beak. Follows up with... Oh, go ahead.
When he did, the electricity tried to shock him back, but either way, it's dissipated and it's no longer across my body. My temporary hit points were used.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It then tries to also rake at you with one of its wide set of front paws, but misses you with an 11 terribly. It is weak and slowed and severely injured, and you can see that the fight as well as the life of this creature is slowly leaving it. If not for the death of its mate, parent, that they probably would have fled. Okay, that brings us to the top of round 3 with Elias.
I am going to shoot it again. 20.
Absolutely will. Yep.
Okay. Damage for that is 16.
Okay, 16 is... Okay. You can describe, Elias, how you kill the second one.
Nice. Just racking in a round, sighting down, pulling the trigger. You get the bullet time, kind of slow, follow it in, and goes in one eye and out the back.
With the echoing report yet again of Elias's rifle, this second owlbear collapses not far from where its companion lies dead already, and you are left with the slowly crumbling section of the balcony and an otherwise quiet cavern. What would you like to do?
How far down did we say it was?
It's a 30-foot from the balcony to the cavern floor.
Okay.
0 for me.
I am going to take a rope out of my pack and tie it off.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. You can kind of like move a little further down from where the stone has been obviously weakened and tie it to one of the like the posts of the rail of the banner.
Yep.
You feel, again, if you move down far enough, say 20 feet or something, you feel like you have plenty of distance from where it is compromised.
Perfect.
Which leaves about 30 feet length of rope to drop down and hopefully then climb down. Anybody that is climbing,
I can glide down, so that's not
oh
a
perfect.
problem. More thinking about coming back up.
Getting back up, yeah.
Yeah.
Forward thinking for sure. Anybody else?
Dusty will wait for the rope to be tied off, and then use that rope to climb down.
All right, yeah. If you'll give me an athletics at advantage, please.
Uh, 16 total.
Yep, absolutely not a problem for you whatsoever to essentially rappel down this broken section of rough stone. And now you are down on the level of the cavern floor as well. Anybody else?
I'm not climbing down, but I'll totally, while they're climbing down, as Saul is dusting off the internal injuries and walking out, we'll go search the area, that fountain that you said where like the stalactite or stalagmite was that. I just want to see if there's anything in the fountain, if there's anything. So I'm gonna try to look in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll me an investigation, if you would, please.
It's a 16.
Okay. Roll me, if you would, a D100.
Excellent. I'll go get my tangible dice here in a minute. So that is a 76. Trombones led the big parade. Because I'm old enough to have heard that song when I was a kid.
I was in the musical in high school, so. So okay, you find as you're digging around a potion vial,
Ooh.
kind of buried beneath what looks like layers and layers of like hedge leaves that have basically just been compressed and decomposed for who knows how long. So let me make sure that I spell that correctly. Otherwise, I'll never know what the hell I'm talking about. And
Oh, health. I'm just kidding.
Look, man, we've already discussed talking and math at the same time is and then also roll. Oh, it'd be another D100, please.
Oh, sure thing. Rolling D100s. What's this one? Ooh, that could be good. Oh, I have never done that. I have never done that. That's a 100.
Okay.
I hope that's a good one. Thank you, digital dice.
Roll a D6.
That's a 4.
in addition to this bottle, kind of scattered through the parts of the fountain basin that are accessible, you find 4 coins that are unlike the coins that you're used to, and they're not like the coins of any foreign land that you've ever heard of. But you're certain that these 4 coins are made of platinum.
Awesome.
You can also notice as you're here and kind of digging around in this kind of like layer upon layer of collected debris, that this is not a situation where this stalagmite grew on this fountain. This is the kind of thing where like the fountain literally just like dead ends into the face of this stalagmite. Like these things were merged at some point. Anyone else?
I would like for my suit, I have a spray that I can use to help with healing. And I'm gonna go ahead and use Cure Wounds and
Ooh.
regain 8 hit points.
Okay, yeah, probably a good idea. Okay.
Virgil will kind of like buzzard circle around this open cavern and then drop down in.
That's right. You have flight.
Yeah. We have flight. We just don't use it because we're broken ass birds. Yeah, so he'll drop down in, and then I think he'll just kind of assess where everyone is, check over Soul, check over Lucky, make sure everybody's okay, and then definitely begin the process of like scavenging what can be found from. I imagine there's like a bear. Is there a den here? Because if they were here,
Yes.
was there a den that they would have kept somewhere?
Yeah, absolutely. The second one came out of like a small like I said cave. It's not like a full blown like separate cave. It's just like a section that would be large enough for 2 owlbears to kind of
Right, some
call
sort of
it in.
alcove underneath.
Right, an alcove. There you go.
The stairway, yeah, underneath that stairway or whatever that they would have used. Okay,
Mhm. Precisely.
yeah.
In
So I think
Owl Cove.
yeah.
Oh wow.
God.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I
John.
love
ladies and gentlemen.
it.
That hurts.
That's the show.
It hurts in
That's
the
it.
soul.
I was typing it.
That's oh,
Oh,
no.
God.
2 of you?
Yep.
What did I do?
It's
to
gonna be a
deserve
night.
this?
It's gonna be a night, Jeremy. It's gonna be great.
Psychic damage straight to the brain.
So yeah, I think he'll kind of just take an assessment of where they're at because they just entered this dungeon, and for him, it's a matter of keeping his friends alive and also making sure that they make good on the deal that Soul put forth. Like whatever we say we're gonna do, I want to do it. So he's definitely looking for anything of note. He's definitely like taking stock of the people around, making sure everybody's gonna keep up, and stay strong for the remainder of this 24-hour journey.
Get your jolt cola ready.
As you are kind of like doing your little circling of the cavern, as you pass over where this this hole, this pit, this well, if you will, that kind of descends deeper into whatever this place is, you feel the wind kind of coming up out of there. You know, you're flying with drafts and things anyways. You can feel the air kind of coming up out of there, and as it's kind of like blowing through your feathers, you also are fairly certain that you hear a familiar voice.
Tread lightly. All right. And he'll just kind of like bob his way into this cavern where the owl bears had called home, just to kind of see what's around, what he can see. And then also he kind of wants to take stock as he's flying around in that circlet, like where the next alcoves or where the next like pathways would be where we need to head off into, you know.
So, exploring the den, you don't find much. You find a few large pellets that are filled with like bones and hair, fur, scales. It's definitely a regurgitated conglomeration of past meals. You find a few of those kind of around, and you find like broken branches and things from the hedges that are nearby, as well as a few pieces of what looks like maybe was a tapestry. It looks like it has a woven texture to this cloth, and it's something that would have been thick and probably at one time was a very nice, fine piece of woven cloth, but it has been torn apart and dry rotted and mingled with all of the rest of these branches and things like this, and used for a nest essentially, where these things bedded down. But you don't find a lot of actually you don't find any humanoid remains. It all seems to be animals.
Yeah, I think after that, I think he'll just kind of gather himself and look to the rest of the group. All right. Well, we made it down. Now to keep going on. Kind of like looks over at Soul.
Yep.
You gonna be all
Lucky.
right?
Oh, me fine. Nothing than a little serious help can't take care of in the future. On that note, it's okay. Let's be honest. Anybody who this is your first time in one of these locations, go ahead and feel free to raise your hand. Don't be shy now. If you've not been in a tomb raiding and it's okay. All right, I'll go first. The last time I went to one of these was my third time, and did not go well. As a heads up. So try not to touch shit you don't know what it is. That would be nice. And
pulls his hand away from very conspicuous looking stone.
Right. And on the how we're doing thing, I'll be honest, like it hurts at the moment and it's gonna hurt, but I'd much rather see the light fade away as I'm drawn back to the fight than perhaps, feel better at this moment, if that makes sense. So if you could refrain from, using any of my healing potions on on me until maybe I'm completely incapacitated, that seems to have worked best in the past.
He kind of looks at you. All right. Well, just keep your nose down and just follow underfoot, and we'll keep you as safe as possible.
I'm here. Who wants to hold this stuff? And I'll give the 4 coins over to whoever wants to hold the separate group of stuff. And are you good with if I'm in the middle, like, am I able to ritual cast identify on this potion?
So ritual casting takes what, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to take about that long before you really move on anyways, you know, kind of looking around like you're doing and formulating whatever plan for what comes next. I'm definitely cool with that.
Cool. So I'll do that. Then I'll ritual cast identify
Okay.
to
So-
figure out what that is.
Also, to give you a little time, Glenn, Dusty's if Dusty doesn't have time to do this before everyone tries to move on, he's gonna stop everyone if he has to and just kind of walk around like within like 10 or 15 feet of where we're at, sniffing the air to see if he can sense any other predators nearby, anything else that he might recognize as harmful.
Okay. Absolutely. So give me an investigation. Do you have like a bonus to perception if it's based on smell?
I do have keen smell.
Okay,
I have
then-
advantage on wisdom or perception checks
Right.
that rely on smell.
So even though this is technically an investigation, you can still have that apply, so you can still have the advantage.
Gotcha. Thank God I do. It's not much better. That's gonna be a 10 total.
Okay. You don't perceive, you don't investigate, I guess technically, the presence of any other predators in the immediate vicinity. Although you get kind of a strange smell near that pit. Very much kind of the smell of like more water. Like you can smell that there's definitely like stagnant water down there. But in addition, there's also a very strong like iron, like a very strong like ferrous smell from that's kind of wafting up out of that hole. In your physical walking around, you also notice a few places in the walls and some of the stalagmites in this area. There's actually places where there are bones, and they do look like humanoid bones, that are literally just like jutting out of certain parts of the walls.
Does it look like they were like, are they fused like some of the other things we've seen, or does it look like rubble has
Yes.
fallen on top of them?
No, it looks like fused in most places. Some of them are, you know, like the jagged end of a bone, like broken off near the surface of the wall. But you can see that, like, where that break is jagged and worn with age and what you would expect it to look like. But the end that is against the stone is a literally like a clean weld, if you will. And there is no transition between the two. It is just the bone goes straight into the face of the rock.
I think that Dusty at that point is starting to get a little concerned that a disaster has happened here, and he's going to start looking for other evidence, scorch marks, basically anything that would give evidence of some kind of magics going off down here to cause this.
Yeah, I mean, like looking around, you don't see anything immediately that tells you that there has been like recent magic activity. whatever happened here. And again, like the aging on the bones that you can see and things like that. This is ancient. Like, this is before the Unglarians had a kingdom back east. You know, this is before the Castilians came here to try to do missionary work. This is like Cataclysm age, like the Great Calamity.
One last thing from Dusty then. Does everyone else, I can't remember if everyone else has been privy to Soul's past and his experience in the past. If
I don't think we
not,
were.
okay. So I think that once we seeing these bones and kind of looking around and stuff, I think once the party starts to move on, I think Dusty will kind of gravitate towards the back and like slowly get Soul to join him a little bit farther back so that they can have a conversation.
Okay.
But that'll be like as we're moving on to
Yeah.
after we decide our next area and start moving
Right.
on. And
Is the pit like further down below us, or are we at the bottom now?
Oh, no. Let me pop back over.
Pop.
Make sure that I
that
have the
image.
right.
Pop. Image, Jeremy, pop.
Yeah, where's our cross section here?
Jesus, the horses are talking.
Yep. I didn't think you wanted to see me eat.
I don't know. I do
So-
like imagining that you're a horse talking.
Do a mukbang over here.
Mm.
If you if you look at the bottom middle of
Yep.
the picture,
Mhm.
there's like this opening, this well, this pit, and it definitely descends probably another 50 to 60 feet down.
Got it.
And deep down there, you can see that there is still worked stonework and stuff, but there's also a lot more of the features of like a cavern.
Got it. So we're kind of over behind or inside the little area that we were on top of at this
Yeah,
point.
so that round area was where you had
Yep.
started.
Yeah, and then I fell
Um,
through the floor,
Yeah.
and
Um,
there was a fountain.
Immediately to the left of that, the arches that form the support of this balcony,
Yep.
there's like this cleared kind of flattish space.
I
That's
see.
where y'all just finished the fight with the owl bears and where the fountain is at.
Got it. I pick up what you're putting down. So if we go by this little stream down here, we can catch the stairs.
Yes, absolutely. Now, you can see that there's a staircase that kind of like rings the outside of this pit, but it doesn't extend all the way down. At some point, it literally just like disappears into the cavern wall. So if you're going to go down, it's definitely going to be a rope or a fly or glide type situation.
Yep.
Oh, the bottle that you identified.
Yep.
It is actually, as it turns out, not a potion at all, but is
Hmm.
actually an oil of etherealness.
Okay.
Beads of this
Right.
cloudy gray oil form on the outside of its container and quickly evaporate. The oil can cover a medium or smaller creature, along with the equipment it's wearing and carrying. One additional vial is required for each size category above medium. Applying the oil takes 10 minutes. The affected creature then gains the effect of the etherealness spell for 1 hour.
I will have to look that up. That
So
is
it's like
dope.
somebody's applying that and walking through the wall.
I imagine you were wincing while you were trying to ritual cast. And so I came over and I gave you some of my spray from my suit and I cured your wounds of 5 hit points.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Certainly.
So I'll let everybody know what this is and see if we can use it. I need to look up that spell though.
It's ghost juice.
Ghost juice. Oh.
ID clip.
She only loved me for my ghost juice. My ghost juice. Awesome. Yeah. If we're
Somebody's
I-
walking through the wall.
I suppose we walk up to the wall at least and examine it. And why, if we are going to do that, and Dusty, if you wanted to catch my attention with a wink and a smile.
Yeah, if once we're decided on the direction, I'll kind of just like slow my pace and like maybe catch a piece of your clothing or something like that, just enough to get your attention to like and kind of beckon to you that we're to slow down just a bit.
Light brush of my hand and a beckoning eye.
Exactly.
Yes, Dusty.
Now, I'm aware that the others may not know your situation, and he'll like reach up, looking at you, but scratching his chest where your item is. I, on the other hand, do know what happened to you. Well, to a certain extent. Do you think that something of similar nature could have happened here? I know I can't be the only one that's noticed fusions of different materials to the stone. That don't seem natural.
The bones. If you can get an entire skull or a limb that's identifiable, those go for quite a lot of money if you can chisel it out of the wall. No, Dusty, this is not a good situation. I did not bring us here to outrun the Wellington rail agents. I brought us here to prevent these fucking morons from killing all of us and most of the people in the general town area. See, all the ruin sites we go to, all the treasures of an ancient civilization are here for the taking because of the cataclysmic fuck-ups that occurred with the magics they held. And we are simply shuffling our way through the fucking remains, Dusty. That's why I said don't touch things that you don't understand in here. It's a good way to end up with extra parts or a look at last parts missing, so to speak. No, the fact that a series of loggers have not killed themselves yet is simply fucking a miracle.
So you think this was the cataclysm and not something more recent? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Oh, there'll be so many recent dangers. It's as if the magnitude of energy released during whatever events occurred, because it seems not to be uniform across the surface of the continent so far. But whatever happened was so just undefinable that it almost has a stench to it. It taints the land and the area and draws all kinds of abominations. The owlbears weren't here by chance. They know or feel or have some way of just sort of identifying and gathering at these locations. It's going to get worse as we go in. So did you find a skull, or because if you did, we can cut it out. It's decent money.
I merely found shards of bone pieces. I was just merely concerned that it potentially could have been something more recent.
Oh
and
no,
we
I
might have to worry about any residual effects.
no, I'm not worried much about anything. Anything I think that we find that's inhabiting or setting up in a location around here is, again, it's either lucky or is probably worse than what was there before it got there, but it's also probably a reason it hasn't gone deeper. The question is, how deep can we go? How fast? And try to secure our way into hopefully the end of this thing and whatever's at the end of it, or buy enough time to be able to search properly, try to find what it is, feed them trinkets, and I think Saul will look around to see, now that he gets a little quieter, if it's just him and Dusty close enough, and be like, and destroy the shit that's dangerous enough to need to be that way, and make just enough money to move on.
Well, I think that we should finish our business here as quickly and carefully as possible. And I will be happy to haul my tail out of here. You know that I have my own reasons for wanting to stop Wellington Rails. I know you have yours. After knowing what I know about you and seeing what happened here years ago, before anyone else has even been down here, caused anything else. This place is raising my hackles, so to speak.
No. Oh, I know. Dusty, I said I brought us here to try to protect everybody, myself, everybody around here from the types of things that could, no guarantees, could be in a place like this. But again, selfishly, if I had to go out and I get a chance to bring Silver Wellington Rail agents with me, well, fuck them.
I feel the same as long as he's in that group that I take with me. Even if I have to level Virgil's expertise, I won't be leaving this world until I take him with me.
Well, I'll make you a promise on this, Dusty. If I'm standing and have, I will keep one available to keep you up. That makes sense. I will bring you back with my last heals. But if you're down to nothing and I'm down, well, it ain't gonna hurt me none if you just take my last. Because Virgil's excursion that we went on, well, I can hope for something pleasant like that. Anyways, though. Tick tock. Virgil, you find a way down yet? What, like, you can fly, right? Like, that's kind of your thing. You want me to try? I did. Look, it didn't go
No,
well.
nope. If we're doing that again, I might as well just carry your little ass. Come
Oh,
on.
it'd be nice to return the favor for once.
Well, look, I didn't think we were gonna rouse an owlbear first thing coming down here, did I? Now,
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think that these places were not searched just because what they were, remote?
he kind of like stalks up to you, and it's this like weird. It's like a bird. It's like the bird bob, right? Like where they bob back and forth as they walk toward you, but you hear like the click of the talons and the spears. Now, and he gets real close to you. Now, remember this. So, you just said what I think you said. Tick tock. You and I both know you got time on my clock. So, if you don't want to end up like that, I suggest very kindly that perhaps you respect your flock and remember who I am.
Virgil, I love and respect you. I just know that we're probably all going to be dead. So, about going down, can we figure out what we're going to do with that? I'll jump again. It's what, 30 feet?
How far down here?
Well, did we see anything on the wall?
Yeah, like once we get to the end of the staircase, how far down to the next chasm or to the next like space below?
Yeah, so
and does it look like there's like anything in the wall that would indicate that it would continue forward?
Like if I pushed a button, would this staircase come out from the wall?
No, again, it looks more like the natural shape of the cavern and how this thing was placed here, melded here. It just so happens that the architectures overlapped, and the walkway that you're on simply just dead ends into the cavern wall. It looks like it cuts off the ability for this to continue to spiral downward, if you will.
Yeah, but it looks like some instant deadly marshmallow fluff of stone in the past expanded into this area.
Yeah. Or, like, again, somebody turned clipping off on a video game level design program and just, like, mashed textures together.
Got it.
Yeah. Again, it's almost like splincing from Harry Potter, where like things were just physics didn't really apply whenever whatever happened here.
So like hanging off the edge of the staircase, his talons will kind of like clip on the edge, and he kind of looks down. How far down would you say from the edge of the staircase would it be?
It's about 50 feet from this landing where you currently are.
All right, little man. He kind of taps his shoulder. Hop on. And he'll get down. He'll kind of like squat down and allow Soul to kind of hop on his back, essentially.
Get up there and like shimmy on for a bit, get like really up in there.
Would there be anything of purchase down here that I might be able to attach an additional ream of rope to this piece of staircase? Would there be anything jutting out? Anything that would be?
Yeah. So we've got a 50-foot rope that Elias left going up to the balcony. And Dusty, you climbed down using Elias's rope, or did you tie a secondary rope?
Elias's rope.
You did. Okay. So yeah, you haven't used your rope yet, Virgil. So you absolutely can do so for headed down into this well.
Yep.
And
For
yeah,
any,
there's
for the others that can't fly,
yeah,
he'll
absolutely.
he'll attach a a piton to the end of the staircase, and then like cinch it off, and then send it down, and then he will glide down from this space with Soul on his back.
We prefer the term gravitationally impaired.
Falling with style.
Exactly. Okay, so it sounds like the only two that are actually going to have to roll for me as far as climbing down are going to be Dusty and Lucky, which are both names of the Three Amigos characters, which cracks me up. We're just missing Ned. Good night, Ned. You have advantage with the rope.
We're rolling athletics.
Okay, yep.
You have a plethora of opportunities.
If they... Do you even
Thank
know
God
what
for
a
advantage.
plethora is?
It's a 19.
I have the whole monologue memorized.
Could it be, El Wapo, that once again you were upset about the fact that you are turning 40? You were taking it out on poor Pepe.
I am upset about that.
I love that fucking movie.
Me too.
God, such a good film.
I got a 12 for acrobatics.
Okay, 12 acrobatics. Dusty, what you got?
19.
19. Okay. So you're both fine. Lucky, it's a little bit trickier. Maybe some of the damage that you had sustained, fighting the owlbears or in the fall, caused, part of your not animatronics, but part of your suit to kind of seize up a little as you're trying to climb down. But you managed to get to the bottom without slipping and falling. Dusty, you have far less of a difficult time and managed to descend as well. And then your two Aarakocra, your two bird folk managed to glide down effortlessly and land on the floor of the cavern below. And when you land there, you can see that there's 4 hallways that extend off of this place, and based on the little bit of like tiling that you can kind of see of this floor, your guess is that this was probably once situated with the cardinal directions. You're not certain that that's the case anymore necessarily, but you can see that on one side, on the east, or what is marked as the east, that wall is completely collapsed. So like you can only really like make out part of an archway, and it doesn't look like it's going to be able to go any distance that way. And then to the south and to the west, it looks like it continues down a few feet, maybe 10, 15 or so, before the wall of the cavern at like an incline kind of intersects both of them, essentially cutting them off. So it looks like the only real direction, if you will, the only real choice that you have is to go north here. And you can definitely hear the sound of cascading water coming from that opening.
He kind of clicks his tongue. Well, boys, I hope you fuckers know how to swim. You hear that?
I'm an owl, not a damn duck.
Yeah, you and me both, son. But I'm talking about them. You and me. I don't worry about us. I worry about them.
I do believe I can doggy paddle.
I'm able to get around quite well.
All right.
Laz,
He looks to Laz as like the tin can that may eventually just float down the river Styx, and he goes, "Hey, Laz, by chance, how buoyant is that whole get up you got? Because I'm pretty sure you more of an anchor, son, than a buoy."
Yeah, I'm gonna have to just I have a button for that, but it's not gonna be what you might expect.
Secondary question, potentially not related. How strong are your ears? Like,
My
if
ear?
if we were to tie something substantial to your ear per se, do you think it would rip off before you would get to the surface?
How do you think I lost my other one?
So go for the neck.
Um,
You know
about
what?
Hey,
that.
Put a pin
nope,
in it. We'll figure it
nope.
out when we get there.
Focus, so gotta keep focused.
I would use air bubble
Oh,
around my head and just walk, and he would sink and walk all the way down and then come up the other side.
nice. Okay, you're good. We're good then. Yeah,
Yeah, you got it. You're fine.
it's like we planned it.
Okay, well, just I hear you. I'm sure. So let's just plan ahead in case things get swimmingly divisive.
Okay. Laz, you still leading the way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Laz, you move to this northern exit from this kind of slightly roundish room, and you find yourself in a hallway that is lined with sconces, each one of them still lit. Again, you can kind of put your hand near these, and they don't put off any heat whatsoever, just light. And at the end of this hallway, you can hear and smell vapor, like water, mist, and you can hear cascading water. And you now also are able to smell this ferrous, this iron smell. It's almost like you've like bitten your tongue or like the inside of your cheek, and you can kind of taste that irony, coppery kind of smell. And as you kind of like move to the end of this hallway and are able to see what lies on the other side of it, you notice a wide space that is also cavern, but has a series of like crisscrossing walkways and staircases. A lot of it kind of overgrown with the like moss and algae and things, based on just how much water there is present in this room. At the far end of the room, you can see several waterfalls that are kind of cascading down from the cavern walls. And there's a number of niches and archways and open doorways and things on either side. It's almost labyrinthine. It's almost like maze-like as you're looking into this room. What would you like to do?
That's all down below us, right? Like, is there a
No. So like you're walking, like the hallway that you are like exiting is basically on level with all of those walkways.
Got it.
And there are levels in this room. So there's staircases that kind of lead up and down, and some of them are not intact, and some of them are. This room has definitely sustained a lot of collapse and, decay over time.
Point of parliamentary procedure. Quick question. So, how will you be indicating to us the passage of time? Since
So
we
I'm
are on
just
a
kind of
24-hour clock.
I'm just kind of keeping track of kind of the things that you're doing and how long that might take. If you have a question, all you have to do is just ask, and I'll tell you about how much time has gone past.
Yeah, I guess where are we at now?
So I would imagine that you're probably nearing like the 2-hour mark, give or take. By the time that, some of you rappelled down, you've situated ropes and you've kind of searched around the owlbear area, and it took a little bit of time. You're probably about 2 hours in.
Few other quick questions. Safe assumption, in and out so far, equal timing?
One more time. In and out, equal time.
The traversing thus far, we can assume 2 hours in, 2 hours out.
Oh, I would say it would
Or-
probably take maybe half that time to get back out.
Got
Because
it.
you wouldn't be like stopping and poking around and investigating things as much, I wouldn't imagine.
Just wanted to double check for that, because I'm trying to figure out what my turnaround point is and where we're at.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we
Sure.
can basically go 18 hours in total time. And for us, when do we hit exhaustion?
I'll have to find out. As of now, it doesn't seem to be an issue.
Okay. But we had been up for a while before we got here, right?
Yeah, I don't think you long rested. I know you didn't long rest before you came in.
No, and I know
Um,
we had the shootout, and I don't think we had
Was
a
this
long
all
rest
the same day since
the
that?
shootout.
Oh,
right?
That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Y'all haven't long rested since the shootout, even?
No, so the shootout was in the morning, right?
Okay.
And we saw the sheriff leave, right? We met back up, got Virgil back up, right? And where I'm fuzzy is what happened between then and us deciding to leave. I don't remember if we talked to the sheriff or not. I think we just sent him a note.
Yeah.
Sent a letter, and I know a couple of us went shopping to get supplies and discuss plans.
Right.
I would imagine I'm pretty sure we haven't done any long resting, but I imagine we've done some short resting, and maybe
Certainly.
some of us probably had time to take a nap here and there, whatever, for an hour
So
or two.
we know
Okay.
that there was a short rest in there to get Virgil back up. I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure. Or no, I used a potion too to get Virgil back up, but then I think we had a short rest.
We did have a
That's
short
what-
rest because
yeah.
I used some of my hit points to get me all
Yes.
the way back up before
Yeah, I
we
do
went
remember
in.
that.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a good point. I imagine that you could probably press on for another couple of hours before you
So-
probably start to feel the drag.
So Saul is gonna get down. I think Saul's gonna recommend we kind of get down to that little central clearing area, and in between the runs or whatever. We kind of make sure we can safely get down there and assess what's going on. Right? Try to find a good little corner or whatever to tuck into and discuss whether or not we're gonna rest and all that stuff. So like trying to get sort of quick down into that. While we're moving that way, I would like this is what Saul did, right, for a while until he had the work related accident pre-OSHA. Can I do a survival or an arcana or a history? I want to try to figure out if I can get the nature of this place as it was.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like a history roll, I think.
Okay. Ooh, that's gonna be
And
good.
you can have advantage on this, actually.
Oh, let's see how really good that is. Okay. So the first one was a dirty 25. The second one was
Okay.
a dirty 23.
All right then.
Non-nat.
So, Saul, your guess is that this seems to have been a like a place in the whatever this complex used to be, that was intended for traffic to like come and go. It was a series of staircases, but not like a grand central staircase of some kind. This was meant for maybe soldiers, maybe servants. What you have noticed since you have been here and kind of delved in is that this is still part of some kind of like palatial compound. Like this seems to be like a fortress keep castle of some kind. A lot of the stonework and the tiling and stuff would have been very, very ornate back whenever it was originally created.
Does it feel like so does it feel like we are entering, like we have entered like through or about to enter through like the parade grounds on the way up to a palace itself, or like that's behind us and we're now at, this is the essentially one of the ways that we're going to end up getting to sort of a grand entrance, ballroom entrance kind of a deal to a grand palace?
Yeah, you think, and again, like direction is kind of strange in these places because things have been twisted.
Yeah, I think
magically.
Saul's pretty. Yeah, Saul looks at it as it's like they were trying to. It's like they phased their own plane through other planes.
Yes.
And
Yes.
fucked it up on the way back, right? So
exactly.
So parts of this are, at least the majority of this was that before other parts of somewhere else became this.
Exactly that.
Gotcha.
And your guess is that, at least the throne room and, overlooking the royal gardens was where you just came from. But it looks like you're kind of more in the bowels of the castle at this part. Not an external place, but what would have probably been an internal portion of the castle, maybe even underground initially. And the thing that really strikes you in particular, Soul, is actually I'm going to let you tell me what it is in particular, but you see something that is very pointedly specific to the place where you made your last delve. So what is that? How do you know that this place is connected / related?
So I think it's not right where we're at now, that it's being here now and realizing that what we might be in front of, if enough of here is still here, makes him realize that when we hit the four-way intersection and only had one way to go, which was sort of north off that, like the the tile work that you talked about in the center and in the floor, he remembers seeing, it's a language that he doesn't know, but he knows it's language that comes out in it, like circling around it, and that the designs are meaningful for like not just interest, not just pattern or whatever, but now understands that that's probably a indication of like transportation or teleportation, webway, whatever it is they're moving between locations on. And where they were at when Saul found the item that caused the little mini catastrophe for them right there, was another location at the end of one of those points or whatever, like at the end of one of those locations. So, but a much smaller ruin than what we're at here. So,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
So very much more concerned about one, we're not going to I think what I'm looking for a little bit out of that, and you gave me a lot of it for this, is Saul doesn't have the feeling that like this could be, hey, in 24 hours we're gonna get whatever little things are here and we'll be good and this place will be safe. It's gonna be something where we have to find a long-term solution to this.
Right. Yeah, the extent that you have noticed that this place goes, your guess would be that it's going to take some time to excavate this claim. It's not necessarily the largest claim that you've ever heard of. It may not even be the largest one that you've ever been inside of, but it is a substantial claim.
And we came in through the throne room, but they hadn't found
Correct.
anything amazing that they discussed yet.
They had discovered something in the to the left of the staircase. Like they were bringing back already, like things packed in crates. So your guess is they found some kind of room over there that had something worthwhile. But you would also know that like a lot of times these places are like there's all kinds of little pockets here and there that are going to be found in the months/years to come. Again, like the analog is kind of like an ore vein that has been found. Yeah. It's going to be milked until it dries out, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think like we came in through the throne room. They didn't look to be like, I think Saul's is thinking to himself, not trying to find out, he's thinking to himself, like, did the regents from that room, were they there during the calamity or were they hiding deeper within, or were they doing whatever during the calamity?
They didn't find anything to suggest that they were there or that their remains were still there.
Got it. And then obviously if anyone doesn't know what's going on or has any questions on it, I think that's when Saul would be also, as we're walking down, laying out like, yeah, so just as a heads up, said I talked to Dusty a minute ago, careful what you touch. Anything in here could kill you and all of us. That being said, you're probably fine. Just don't. If it's like, oh, look at that shiny thing, try not to do it. Or if it's like, man, this thing just won't quite move, but it looks like it could move, like, don't pull it. Like, it's fine. We'll figure it out. We got a few minutes. You may find some like stairwells that go nowhere. Not so much tricks. As Dusty, so you might find some like faces that start where they should not start, or like bones randomly sticking out of things. If it looks really cool and then maybe you can pop it out. See rule 1, don't force it out. Don't touch it if it's too shiny. But if it's in between, then go ahead and pull those out. Those sometimes go for it. It's a little bit disrespectful, but at the same time, if you know what they did, kind of fuck them. So you can make some money on those. If maybe, things suddenly look upside down, best that I can tell, whatever people, I assume it's people, being-ish kind of things, 2 arms, 2 legs most of the time, that were here before, they found a way to shift the material and then he will go into detail as to what he thinks happened there. And if anyone has any questions, ask Jeremy. He's the DM. It's his world.
100%. And I'm going to also throw out there, just as a player reminder, I'm not saying that the characters have to adhere to this. I'm just saying, as players, remember that you were told that anything that you have found down here was property of the Deadfall Timber Company. Just to float that
Oh, yeah,
back
no.
out there again.
No, that's why I have it separate. I said we were keeping
Perfect.
it separate out. Right now we
Probably
have
right.
an oil of etherealness.
Hmm.
And
That's a consumable item.
It's true.
We probably won't find anything. There's probably nothing down here.
Just before you come back out, you popping corks and just downing everything.
Believe that's why I said, "Hey, Virgil, hold this," and not Dusty. Love you, Dusty. But yeah, and the 4 unique platinum coins. Now, oh yeah, don't get too attached to anything. Quite literally, like don't maybe attune to it, because there's no telling what's gonna happen in here. And by the way, Virgil, just saying, if those coins feel weird in your pocket, drop them. We'll look at them when we get to the top, assuming we get back. Right, my name is Becky. I've been your tour guide this evening. You
This
all
has
right,
been
all
another
right, dear
use
soul.
of the identify spell.
I love that so much. It's one of my favorite things.
All right. So taking stock of what we know and how much time we got, I think Virgil is gonna start poking around in this general vicinity, but I would also like to potentially see if this chasm or this cavern would be a potentially good spot for maybe us to take a rest, for us to lie down and forget about our troubles for a little while if we need to.
Just want to put your head on that pillow and go
For a spell.
relax, I agree. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to ask, how much poking around are you doing before you decide whether or not this is a good spot?
So I think
I think we discussed that we would run into potential exhaustion issues if we didn't start resting within the next like 2 or 3 hours, right? Probably there.
Mm-hmm.
So we know we got about 2 or 3 hours. It's not going to
Yeah.
take a whole lot of time for us to probably explore this chasm.
So let's set up camp here.
Mhm.
A miniature camp outside of. So we know one. I'm hoping we know which one we came out of. Do a survival check because I'm out here. I think I have chalk, by the way, and that from this point on, I will just simply let me double check my inventory.
Yeah, y'all could even just, if you wanted to, you could fall back to the bottom of the well.
No, I like forward progress.
Okay. Yep.
I just want to make sure that, like, as we're going, I think again, Saul's been in these situations before, so like he's marking somehow or some way, whether it's
Sure.
soot or something, to be like, this is the doorway that we came through, right? And then I'll probably tell you guys, like, ignore, like, if it's got a circle with a dot in the middle of it, underneath of it, because I'll be like, this is the doorway where the good shit is, and put a circle with a dot under it on other shit, so that anyone who comes down, doesn't know exactly where we're at, and then try to get us to a spot in the corner or whatever to set up camp. We set up camp and then we go however much time we think we got left out and back.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I also have the Wanderer trait or feature. It reads, you have an excellent memory for maps and geography, and you can always recall the general layout of terrain, settlements, and other features around you. In addition, you can find food, fresh water for yourself, blah, 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 5 other people each day, so on and so forth. I'm assuming that will still generally help us down here still.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think that Soul would know that Dusty is pretty good with that. Not that marking our path is not a good idea as well, but
I'd like to think that's how you know where you're at, is you are literally marking your path. You're just like,
yeah.
Don't worry, fellas, I know where we're at. It's the coyote works our way through.
It's the opposite of the scene in Lord of the Rings where Gandalf's like, the air is not so foul down here.
You're just sort of like, it's good, I know where we're at. Man, some other dog was here a long time ago. It's mine.
Okay. So here's, I think, how we're going to handle this. So there's going to be a number of possible passages, rooms, etc. off of this main area that I've just kind of called the walkways, which is the one that I showed the picture of too. So each branch, if you will, off of these walkways is going to cost you an hour worth of time, and we'll have a series of rolls associated with it and outcomes based on those rolls. So I will leave it to you how far and how long you want to explore before we'll, stop for a rest or move on.
I think for assuming you said it's 2 hours before we walked into this room and we had to set up a little bit of camp, not trying to steal any time away. So assuming it's been 2.5 hours total or whatever.
Yep.
Right. There's a lot of us. We're pretty good at this shit. No horses this time. So it's kind of quicker.
Very true.
So with that in mind, and you said we had about 3 hours from that 2 hour point, we should have about an hour, hour and a half we can go deep.
Yep.
And pop back out. So I think we do that tonight. Get back, pull an 8. That'll get us at, so now we're at 3.5 total, right? Or no, we're at 2.5 total. If we're on schedule, it's important to plan these things. Then we would be we do an hour and a half now that puts us to 5 hours total. So whatever that is to get us an hour and a half and then back at 5. Then we do 8 and then we go deep tomorrow and come out.
Okay.
So we're
So
currently at 2.5. The intent is to try to be back to camp by the 5 hour point.
okay. So yeah, it sounds like maybe 1 or 2 at least of these little nodes or branches off of the walkways here. So, let me do this way. Just a volunteer. Anybody?
I volunteer,
Chad,
Elias.
please.
Oh no, Lucky's
Chad,
got his
other
hand
Chad.
up. Lucky's
I saw
got his
your
hand
hand.
up.
Yep.
I will also
Lucky.
volunteer as tribute.
Okay. So our 2 Chads. We'll get
Or whatever
Lucky
it is.
first,
I don't remember
and
what
then and then Virgil second. Okay. So Lucky, what I would like for you, if you would please, describe to me what area, what part of the palace / keep / castle do we find ourselves in? Describe that for us, if you would please.
I would imagine we're really deep, right?
Pretty deep.
So,
Yeah.
I would imagine that we are in like the stockade, the actual,
Absolutely.
yeah, balls deep in the stockade.
Like you do. It's an interesting stockade. The thing where you put like your hand and your hands through, usually. But I guess in this case,
And the castle,
little
yeah, they could
lower.
call it that too.
Sometimes there's holes in walls near those that you put other things through.
You'd have
The
that. You'd
glory
have
stockades.
cells.
Excellent.
Sometimes the stockade's placed near those holes.
Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, this is like a place that seems like it centers around capital punishment. Like a public display of those who have done wrong, if you will. So this looks like it might have at one point been some kind of like exterior courtyard, perhaps a place where people could gather and heckle or bother, or at the very least kind of be shown publicly that their actions have consequences. So what I would like then, Virgil, if you would please, you're going to make a series of die rolls for me.
Okay.
First
What'd
and
you like?
foremost, I would like for you to roll a d4.
Okay. D4, which is always one that I do not always have on hand because Lord knows that's the
Oh,
least
shit, I
used
should
one
have
that I
this.
use. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Shows I don't cast enough magic missile.
Magic
Mhm.
missile. Magic missile. Magic.
I cast magic missile. It's darkness.
Oh, I got one over here. It's all right. It's just dark as hell in here. Okay, there it is. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, that's a 3.
Okay. And then if you would, please roll
Uh-huh.
a d100.
Oh, I'm very familiar with these though, so let's do it.
You say that until it comes up with like a 0 and then a 1-0, and you're like, shit, is that 1,000?
That is a 41, sir. 41.
41. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Okay. So you're poking around in this area, and you find a series of these stockades kind of arranged in a row, if you will. And the wood is in terrible shape. It's to the point where, like, if you like grab it and touch it at all, it just like crumbles into your hand. But the cages and the chains that are present in this area are like long since disappeared into dust, and the orange like stain of the powder that they became is evident from where they once laid and kind of across the ground as well, which is kind of strange because the wood remained intact though rotted, but the chains themselves seems to have completely deteriorated. The steel of the crow cages from a certain height down seem to have completely deteriorated, and then you realize why, because you see 2 friends here with you.
Iron golems.
Friends that maybe perhaps Lucky, of all people, might be the least happy to see. You see 2 rust monsters.
Oh.
Oh, lovely.
So, this is where we're going to take our 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to fight a couple of rust monsters.
Hell
So,
yeah.
Everybody, sit tight. We will, like I said, refill your drinks, go to the bathroom, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. On the other side of this, we will get to the second part of session 7, down the rabbit hole, and we'll see just how deep it goes. Sit tight. We will be right back. are back with the second part of our session. This is session 7 of Thunder Ridge, titled Down the Rabbit Hole. We are indeed underground, in the bowels of the Deadfall Logging Company's claim. There has been a little bit of bumps and bruises, a little bit of treasure found, a little bit of exposition, perhaps, and we've now started exploring down the well through the northern passage in a place known as the Walkways, a somewhat labyrinthine crisscrossing of walkways, staircases, and adjoining rooms. Currently, we are exploring what looks like it was at one time the stockade of the castle, a place where corporal punishment was dished out for public display. And we found some friends. Those friends are a couple of rust monsters. So, what I would like for you to do is to roll initiative while I put on my makeup. Okay.
19.
19 for Elias. 23 for Lucky. Holy hell.
Glad I saved all of my good rolls for this fight.
Virgil. And is that one of your good ones, Dusty?
I hope not.
So 13. All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. That's everybody. Everybody. All right. So, oh, real quick before it gets lost in the shuffle, Virgil, what was your D100 roll again? Remind me.
From earlier, that was a 41.
41. Okay, cool. I'm going to all right. Another 2 people. It doesn't matter who. I also need D100 rolls, please.
Not it.
I'll
did
do
one. One more person needs to do it.
Let's see. D100.
Laz has got it. You got it, and Laz has got it.
24.
Okay, 24 and a 46 from Laz. All right. Okay. So, Lucky, you are up first. You would please go ahead and take your turn.
What kind of distance are they apart? Are they next to each other, or?
No, not next to each other. One of them is probably, let's say, probably 50 feet from the other. One of them is like merrily kind of like munching along the like upper reaches of a like a metal crow's cage.
I would look at the other guys to see if they like nod or if they're ready to go. And I assume that there was time, and I would try to use that not so good light crossbow to try to hit it from here.
Alrighty. Shoot him.
25.
Free shaker. Yeah, that'll definitely hit.
I would hope so. Otherwise, it might be time to climb back up those ropes. Oh, uh, 5 piercing,
Okay.
and I'll extra attack, shoot it again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna assume that a 9 is a no-go.
It is a miss indeed.
All right.
You would also notice whenever you shoot your first bolt at this creature, that when it strikes the creature and it kind of pierces its carapace, any metal on that bolt instantly turns to orange powder.
I would probably see without the color how far away it is, but
Mm-hmm.
but I would probably still get the same information and let them know.
Okay. So these creatures actually get to go next. They got a 21 in the initiative order. So they're going to realize that there are beings here, and they are going to start skittering towards you. Lucky, what percentage would you say of your body is made out of metal?
1, maybe 2.
Well, none of his body is made out of metal. There's some parts that he has missing that are replaced with armor, but it is magical armor, if that matters.
Not if
And
it's made of steel.
I don't know if it would be iron or steel or if that
Would you say
matters.
that it's a ferrous metal?
I say that it's a hodgepodge. Like he has like a fist from like an
okay.
orc metal. He has another gauntlet that's like elven, and then
Okay.
like it's all like kind of like piecemeal from different things. So there's different kinds of metals in there from
All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to roll a d6 to find out who it is that each one of these goes after. But everyone is going to have a result tied to them, one of the results of the die, except for Lucky. Lucky's going to have 2. So the first one is going to go after 2, 3, Elias. Second is going after Saul. All right, so Lucky is, for once in his life, maybe actually lucky.
Yay!
Elias, one of these skitters its way over to you, and is going to reach out with their antenna towards what kind of armor do you wear?
Let me look. I don't actually remember.
Could probably be. Are you using D&D Beyond?
Yeah.
Should be in your inventory tab or whatever.
Extras, inventory.
Equipment.
Oh, there it
there
is.
you go. Okay.
Thing. Yeah.
Yep.
So just to let you know, the armor becomes arcane armor, and it can't be removed against your will. It attaches to you. That's why I can replace your limbs and stuff. So I think it's like encoded in the arcaneness. Just so you know.
Thank you.
I could have sworn I had.
What are you proficient in? but you're a fighter, right? So you're proficient all the way up into heavy armor, but your starting equipment would have probably been like a breastplate.
I don't
I
have
don't know.
anything listed, so my 13 armor class is just straight.
Oh, it's a +3 dex modifier?
Uh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think
Okay,
you
so you're
forgot
not
to-
wearing armor.
You forgot to put your armor probably in when you built.
Okay.
I thought I had gotten a trench coat that was armor, but that would be leather of some sort.
I don't know if you have. I don't know what other items you've got.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm wondering if it got.
Well, with a lack of armor, then, it's gonna go after that nice shiny rifle you've got.
It doesn't
So I
see
need-
my. Nope, can't see it.
He's holding it up. No.
Nope.
I need
My
you to make
wooden
a
rifle, my fully wooden rifle.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
This here is a whiskey barrel. This is not a gun. What are you talking about?
18.
Okay. You do, in fact, manage to keep it lifted up high enough that it's out of the reach of these antennae as they are like wavering in its direction, desperately trying to get a hold of it.
No,
The other
get away.
is-
Get away.
Shoo. The other comes after Saul. Saul, I know you don't wear armor.
Come to daddy. Come on.
Do you have much
It's
in the
got
way of
more-
metal on you?
Oh, I got some piercings. Ooh, you want those? You want those?
All right.
No, I got a
In
dagger.
that case,
I got a dagger and I got some crossbow bolts. And Dada doesn't
Hmm.
run that way.
So this one is actually going to bite you instead. Oh, and rolled a 1. So, womp womp.
That ain't doing shit.
While it's up here trying to get intimate with me, is it like made of bug or is it made of something sturdier?
It is bug-like, yeah. But it is
Okay.
probably about the size of a small dog, medium dog.
Okay.
But it's definitely got like a chitinous shell.
Stiff but non-metallic and not
Definitely not
non-shatterable.
metallic. No,
Nope.
it definitely
Okay.
looks natural, if you will. Okay, that was the rust monsters. Virgil, it is your turn.
Well, I pre-rolled just because I want to save some time. And I am gonna, if it worked before, it's gonna work again. This time I will split my shots at the same time, and I will take one shot at each target that
Okay.
is assailing my friends. And one of them is a nat 20, and the other one was a 17. So,
My God.
All right.
um,
Good grief.
the one on Elias, I will use my nat 20 on. And then
Okay.
the one that I rolled the 17 on, I will use on Soul. So that will be, let me do my damage roll because I didn't do those. That I did not pre-roll.
So the one that's on Elias is the one that was already damaged, the one that got hit with the bolt. So this is the same one
Okay.
that'll be taking the critical.
Okay. So dang, dude. Okay. Well, that's full up. So it's 14. Oh, okay. That is 28 damage. That is full damage. I rolled
You
a
rolled
10 on
max?
that one.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay.
I rolled max, so that's that's
Yeah.
28 damage on that one. And then not so good on that one. That'll only be 5 on the second one.
I'm not
Okay.
metal. This one just wants to get a tickle.
Just
Give
a
you some
tickle.
screeches. I'm gonna give you some
Yeah.
screeches. Come here, give you some screeches.
You can describe what your critical, how your critical Eldritch Blast takes out the one that's pestering Elias.
So I think we've described the Eldritch energy that comes off of Virgil as this, like, I always like warlocks to have when they do the Eldritch Blast. I always picture it like that lime green Ghostbusters like nonsense.
Sure, ectoplasm.
So yeah, ectoplasm. And so I imagine that it just he shoots with two talons, very similar, like just as if he were using a gun, and across the way, one shot fires, doesn't quite clip the other one, but the one that gets the rust monster in front of Elias, it hits and goes through and through the carapace at the front of Elias's feet. And I imagine that as it goes through, there is this small chitter, and then the rust monster itself explodes into a powder of rust dust in front of his feet.
Oh yeah. Okay.
There's a musk to the rust dust. Yeah.
All
That was
right,
awesome.
it collapses, and that moves us to Elias's turn.
I don't really have.
You're not an up close and personal kind of bird.
I mean, I have unarmed strike, but it's jack all, and I
Well,
don't have any spells.
the one that was closed with you has now been dealt with.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you do have, I mean, it's not great range for a rifle, but it's, not closed with melee.
Oh yeah, for the one that
You were just saying that anything metal doesn't affect them, though, right?
Oh, no, it dealt damage.
Oh, okay. In that
It just
case,
rusted on impact.
I don't
Gotcha.
think lead rusts. I mean, I guess it does.
no,
Definitely
lead doesn't
oxidizes.
rust.
It oxidizes. Right?
Oxidizes, but it doesn't rust away.
Yeah. I mean, it's not ferrous.
Ha ha! Cap and ball this, motherfucker. All right.
All that meat I ate was good for me.
I am going to attack with my pistol.
Okay.
First one is an 11.
It's a miss.
The second one is an 18.
That one will hit, however.
And that is 13 points of damage.
Ooh wee. Slap your mama. All right. It is still alive, but it is not looking very good. That was Elias Soul. It is your turn.
This is so the one that's left is down the one that's been attacking me.
Yes, it is up in your business.
It's not a very wise creature, but it is an organic creature. So I will see how wise it is. Can you see if it will pass a 15 wisdom check?
Wisdom. I'm assuming it'd be a no, but what is the DC again?
15.
15?
Yep.
And if it hits it on the nose, that is a pass?
Yeah, I mean, meets
Nope.
it, beats it. Yeah, I've
So
always said.
somehow this creature manages to shake off the spell that you're casting on it.
Yeah. Target must succeed or take damage, so it takes no damage. So I think Saul reaches down to like toll the dead this thing, but it's just pretty cute, honestly. I mean, I got not much metal on me, so I just give him scritches instead as I fuck up the spell. Who's a good boy? Who's a good monster? Good rest monster.
Dusty, your turn.
I'm not sure this is going to be a great idea, but I don't think Dusty really has anything on him that's not metal that he's good with. Um, aside from his long, sharp coyote teeth. So he's going to go a bit feral and go on all fours and run over to this thing and just try to grab a leg and rip a leg off.
All right. Making a bite attack.
Do we start the session with inspiration? Are you
is
one of
that
the
a
ones
thing?
that does that? I can't remember.
It's
You
it's
do
not
in one
something
of
I
our
do in
campaigns.
all of my games, but I don't remember if it was something we do in this game or not. Let me check the Google Doc. Probably something I should start making more universal.
I think they did actually in the 2024 rules now.
They may have.
They really are. They are putting
Google.
inspiration forward. I think it's a trait for humans now. You get one heroic inspiration per long rest.
Yeah, I remember something about that.
Stack that with lucky. Woo! Good
Yeah.
times.
So I can't find it in the doc whether or not we decided to, but what the hell? We'll say, at least for now, that yes. You get one per session. Start the session with one, rather.
I'm going to use it, and that's going to put me at a dirty 20 to hit.
That will hit, yeah. But yeah, inspiration is a very underutilized thing as far as the mechanics go. They treat it like advantage is like the end all be all on a roll, and it's just kind of like, well, there's a lot more it could have done.
That's going to be 5 total damage for that bite attack.
Okay.
And then Dusty's going to essentially, I imagine he's just going to keep shaking, but just going to use that as flavor for the second bite attack.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Which was worse than the first roll of the first one. That's a 6.
A 6, no, that will not hit.
Got it.
No further damage from your shaking. And I would like to imagine, I have no idea if this is true or not, but I would like to imagine that Rust Monster is probably not the most tasty thing. I imagine it probably has a very high iron content. It's probably very, like, you just took a mouthful of pennies.
It's gotta be acidic, right?
Yeah, probably. I don't know about their meat, but well, I guess bugs don't really have meat. Or just like
penny tasting acidic slug.
Yeah,
there you go.
It's an acquired taste, but I'm sure that if you pair it with some right things, it's not bad. Yeah.
With the right sauce is really how you have to have it.
Yeah.
It's got an umami to it though. If you have any fillings,
with a nice drawn butter, it's pretty palatable. Nice dark rye. Okay.
Is this Wagyu Rust Monster?
That brings us to the bottom of round 1 and back to the top with round 2 with Lucky.
So there's just one left, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to try to close the distance on it. How far away is it?
It is not far, Tien.
It is me distance from you.
Yes.
Oh,
exactly.
okay. Like 10 feet then. And then I will try to slam this thunder gauntlet down into it. Oof. I guess I'll use my session inspiration. Yeah.
Okay, yep.
For a 19.
Will hit.
Uh, 12 thunder damage.
Okay. How do you obliterate this thing?
Oh. It's trying to come up and bite at me and try to get at my metal. And just before it does, I pin its head against the shield and slam the thunder gauntlet down.
Absolutely. And this this melee attack that you made against this creature with your metal. It is magical metal, however, right? It's a part of your armor.
The shield, however, is not.
But you didn't hit it with your shield, did you?
I pinned it up against my shield, and
With
then I
flavor,
Well, just
with flavor, he
thematically.
did, but not
Yeah.
with.
Just thematically. Yeah, not mechanically.
Yes,
Yeah, not mechanically.
Yeah, okay. We're all
we
good.
were there.
Okay. So this rust monster is no more. You have dealt with the rust monsters and are now free to move about the cabin.
Anyone got a jar or vial, anything that's empty? When they can empty out, want to clean some of the rust monster off of my attire. Thank you, Lucky. That. But no, I still want to see if we can collect any of this, as it seems to have a decent effect on metal.
So I'm absolutely down if somebody wants to attempt a survival check to remove the antenna from either
I'm
one of
not
these.
horrible at survival, but I'm also willing to help anybody who's good at it.
I have a +2, but
I
that's
have a
it.
+4.
I also have a +4.
You want help, Virgil?
Sure.
All right,
I
just
have
try.
you.
I will be providing over-the-shoulder assistance.
So
Try
you
to
I'll
can-
snip
nick
some.
it. Look just below wherever the right next to the a little up from the nope.
Yeah,
just,
nope. Look. Above
Virgil,
the
I believe in
mandibles,
you.
below. Yeah, above the mandibles, below the eyeballs. I understand that. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
All right, there we
Virgil,
go. That'll,
you can roll your survival with advantage since you have the
with
help.
advantage. All right.
It's the
well,
other end of the bug. Those aren't the.
it-
That is not an antenna.
No, I rolled an 18 on the first one, so I think we're good.
Okay.
You might crit on the
That'll
second.
be a total of
No crits on
21.
skills.
Yeah,
No, I
know, but
did.
it's
I
fun.
didn't crit on the. I rolled the second one. I got a 12. So
So-
total of 21.
Okay. So from this first creature, you have managed to take 2 antennae.
Ooh.
They have a pair of antennas at the top of their heads, and they're probably 2 to 3 feet in length, and they're almost feather-like, almost like if you've ever seen like up close pictures of like a moth, where it's very like
Oh yeah.
filigreed, very lacy. It's almost plant-like. So yeah, you managed to collect both antennae off of the first one.
Now we didn't find these. We harvested them. That's different. So we've got lacy rust monster antennae.
Nothing like lacy rust to be, sounds like a plan.
Shit. By the way, I hope I'm not the one keeping our inventory. for this.
No, I'm writing it down. You're good. We got
Okay,
so far we've got 4 random ass coins. We've got
Poppin'.
a puffin of etherealness. And then now we've got rust.
Monster antenna.
Rust antennas.
Probably put down a pound of rust dust. I'm sure Dusty's going to be coughing it up for the next week.
Rust dust. All right.
Puffin rough dust.
So, in
Nothing
addition,
like puffin rust dust.
from the exploration of the stockades area, you have also found an additional 2 potion bottles, different from one another and different from the one you already found. And then you also find a small a small wooden, almost like a jewelry box size and looking device. And once you pick it up, the wood just completely crumbles apart, and reveals inside that there are 70 gemstones.
Dang, okay.
They are eye
Never
agates,
mind.
like eyeball eye agates.
Oh, heck yeah. Okay.
You fellas don't think those are a bit too shiny?
They were in a box.
Oh, that makes a difference. Got it. So
Yes, very much
we
so.
can
Yes.
pick up
Shiny
things
on a
and-
pedestal. Shiny on a pedestal. No. No. Shiny on a pedestal. Bad.
Somebody
Shiny in a
had
box.
already collected these, okay? They are already collected. We're just
Now, the dangerous part would open the
Recover.
box. Right. Opening the box, foolish. I mean, unless we say, hey, Dusty, open the box, that means it's probably all right.
well, they fell apart, so there's no opening it. It just
Right. Nature did the hard work.
Okay. So that ate up an hour of your remaining time. Do you wish
Okay,
to
so-
continue to delve in the walkways? Or do you
We
want
are
to return to
three-
camp?
We are at 3.5.
yes. I'm okay
Yes.
to delve.
Forward.
Okay. Then I need a volunteer to roll me a d4. And another volunteer to roll me a d100.
I will do a D4 or a D100. Either way works.
We'll do
You did the D100
D100
last time, so if you want to switch,
Okay.
then
D4 it is. This time, still a 3.
It's a
you need me
85
to-
on the D100.
Do you need me to roll again there, Jeremy, since I rolled the same
no,
on the D4? No? Okay.
that's just fine.
3 of you are dead.
Just dandy. Beyond a stack in blue, please hold. What was it, Nathan? You say 83?
85.
85. Interesting. Okay.
The Tarrasque.
That's why they turned off clipping in this area. They were trying to stop it from moving.
They can't fit that big enough of a creature into the map.
Just its tail and ass stuck in the wall. But because
Why
it's
is-
near immortal,
is-
it's still like
Why is this boss fight extremely easy? Oh, I guess we'll just keep kiting it until it's dead.
careful. It still has a breath weapon. So let's move out of the way.
I say, I don't know if the ass end of a Tarrasque is necessarily an easy kill.
It's a bit of a tongue twister. The ass and the Tarrasque.
Ass end of a Tarrasque. That's got to be like a curse in some D&D setting. Tarrasque
Better to
ass.
see the probably a blessing. Better to see the ass, the ass,
True, right?
the ass end of a Tarrasque than pass through it.
Okay. So, Chad, you volunteered. Chadley, you volunteered this time. So, where is it that we now find ourselves? What area of the palace or palace grounds do we now find ourselves in?
All right. Well, I think that we arrive in a space akin to like a courtyard or like an old horse stable, right? Like it's an outdoor clearing that is still inside. Obviously, like you can see that it is inside this, but for the most part, it is some form of a outdoor courtyard. And surprisingly, with all the moisture in here, a lot of the plant life is still very vibrant, but have like adapted to kind of flourishing in a lower light and more damp setting rather than a regular, like more like bioluminescent sort of situation.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So I almost pictured like what you were describing as almost like a parade ground, like where they
Yeah.
might hold like small jousts or
Yeah, exactly.
where
Like
they
a
would-
turn, like a tourney sort
yeah,
of
like a
courtyard.
tourney pitch. Yeah. Okay. And so like whatever field that this used to be, instead of it having grass, is now just like almost complete like fungal growth. Of like varying shades and sizes and
Absolutely.
and
That was my
they're-
jam. That was what I
they're
was
even
hoping
like
for.
growing up the sides of like the once wooden posts that like separated parts of the pitch. So yeah, there's these like oddly squared like columns of mushroom growth. So yeah, there's even maybe some like racks to the sides and things that held weapons once upon a time. Um, lances, shields, maybe even things of that nature. But again, you see a similar type situation. You see orange powder, evidence of rust monsters again. There are two of them, once again. We're going to keep the same initiative order, but they emerge whenever there is new fodder available. So, Lucky, it is your turn first.
I guess I'm gonna have to say hello. How far did you say? Or did you say?
I didn't.
Okay.
I don't imagine
Aha!
it's overly far.
Wouldn't
Probably
you like to know?
30 feet, we'll call it.
30 feet. Okay. Um, I would love to go and close that distance and
He's going
give it the
close.
old Thunder Gauntlet try. Oh, 24.
It will hit.
14 thunder damage.
Okay.
And I'll follow it up with the 1-2 combo on the left. Out of the tower. 15 to hit.
Will also hit.
And the same exact amount of damage again. 14.
Oh, 14 and 14. Okay. You can describe what it looks like when you kill it.
I guess I'm pretty accustomed to these things' anatomy now. So I just probably smash like daze it a bit, smash it in its face, and then smash the thorax. And...
Absolutely. You just absolutely crush it. Within moments, this thing arrests, ceases all movement, and is just a pile on the floor.
How far away is the other one?
We'll call it 15 feet.
Okay, I would like to use my racial proficiency jump. I can use
Okay,
it
yeah.
3 times a day, and I happen to have 5 times proficiency, so 15 feet. And if that thing
Well, there
was
you go.
alive, I would not provoke opportunity attack, and it's a bonus action. So
Okay.
I'll jump over and say hello to the other one too.
So you leap over and close with the second one. It is happy to see you. Yeah, it is gonna reach out with its antenna towards that shield of yours. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, if you would, please. Uh-oh. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
You said dexterity save, right?
Yes, sir.
So my dexterity save would be a 19, and if that fails, I get. Oh, I can use my reaction automatically. I'll add a D4 to my dex save, so that's 3 more, so 22.
Yeah, no need. 19
Okay.
was plenty. So you definitely avoid this thing's antenna making significant contact with your shield. Okay. Virgil, here's your turn.
How far away are the other ones that are? You said there's two in this room, and one of us has been
One of them's
absolutely
dead.
decimated by
Oh
Lucky.
yes, absolutely. The other
Um,
one is right next to Lucky, probably about 30 feet away from you.
All right, cool. Well, I would like very much so to continue as I have been. There's no reason for me to use the additional spells if I don't need to, because I only get 2 spell slots as a warlock. So, want to save those for the big times when I need them. And then what I'll do is I will use, yep, I'm going to keep using Eldritch Blast and hoping for the best. Here we go, baby. Ooh, first one, definitely not going to hit, but that's all right. That one, it will hit. That is a 16. So we will
Yes, it will.
go for the damage, and I shall tell you what it is. Oh, not quite max, but we're almost there. That'll be 13 damage on that one.
Okay. Your Eldritch Blast dealt significant harm to this thing, but it is absolutely still not dead yet. Elias, it is your turn.
I'm going to shoot it, and I got a 17 to hit.
17 will absolutely hit.
7 points of damage.
Nice.
And then
Okay. It's still alive. Yep.
11 for the second one.
Is not enough to hit.
Okay.
All right. Shoot and a miss. Hit, miss. Soul, it is your turn.
Yep. Let's see how wise this one is. Lather, rinse, repeat.
All right. Wisdom save 15. No.
Okay,
Failure.
so that'll be 2D. It is injured, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So that will be 2D12. Ooh, I have physical dice now. I can do it physically. Where are my D12s at? How do I do this to myself and only give myself 1D12? All right, we'll do it twice. That is a 5. That's not great. Let's see if we can get the next one. Wow, 5 twice. So that is 10 points of damage.
What does it look like as you kill it?
So this one's still over by Lucky, right?
Lucky. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think then, yeah. I think it's all gonna do. I think for Toll of the Dead for Saul on this one, it's more that Lucky sort of him and his shield together where his metal parts are at will start ringing a little bit, and then as it does so, the thing just sort of screeches a little bit and then pop.
Okay, yeah. The little soft parts in between just kind of burst, and it collapses under its own weight. The room is clear. The area, rather, is clear.
Clear.
You find. I need one more person to roll D100 for me, please.
Clear.
Oh, too far.
My microphone.
45.
Nice.
45. Ooh, interesting. Okay, somebody roll me 2d4, please.
I'll roll 1d4. Someone else can
Okay.
roll the other one. Come on, green d4. What'd you give me? 3, which is popular today on the d4s.
3 and
2.
2, so 5. Okay. So I need 5 d10 rolls. Actually, you know what? Just do a single d10 roll, and we're just going to multiply this by 5. I think that's going to be a lot better. Who wants to roll a d10? This song is not doing it for me. Bye.
I got a 9.
9. Okay. Ooh, perfect. That actually
Um,
makes perfect
I-
sense.
Not that it matters, but I rolled just in case we needed one. I also got a 9, so it must
Perfect.
be fated.
Okay. Yeah. This is very interesting. So you find around one of the remnants of the lances, you find 5 embroidered silk handkerchiefs. Apparently this individual was a favorite of the ladies of this court, and was given favor of not 1, not 2, but 5 individuals for whatever last event this lance took place in.
I'm gonna try to cut some more antennas off. I'm just kidding. I assume searching and everything took another chunk of time.
Yes, this will take another hour to have done this room, this space.
I think, yeah, since that is 2 hours essentially out, and we had 3.5 to get back, so that gives us an hour and a half back. So if nothing crazy happens, we should be back right at that 5-hour mark from when we entered.
Get to camp. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we turn back and head back to camp to
Okay.
settle in and do the shortest of long rests.
Okay. Is there anything that any of you are doing? I'm sorry. In addition to the things that we that I just disclosed that you found, did I disclose? Oh yeah, the handkerchiefs. There was another thing that you had found. It is. Let me look at this thing's description. See how to describe it to you. Hold please. It doesn't have a description. Nice. Okay. It is a hat of some type. A rather strange looking hat. That is very almost like aerodynamic. Kind of a picture almost like a Robin Hood style hat, one of the folded peaked hats. But the fin, the flat point, if you will, doesn't have it. There isn't one on the front. There's no corner on the front. It's just at the back, almost like a fin. Okay, so is there anything that any of you want to do while you're at camp, before you actually like bed down? And are you setting a watch?
Identify.
Yeah, so I think as we settle back in, Saul will be politely collecting all of the stuff we grabbed today in a sort of area so I can go through and ritual cast as much as I can on it. Time permitting. I still have a decent amount of spell slots, so I can burn through spell slots before I get there too, to detect magic on the group basically, and select it down, and then identify anything that's magic that's in that area. But while I'm doing that, also like Saul would be getting camp whatever, and probably abnormally for Saul is going to go ahead and take his top everything off, so his like the shard implanted in his chest is there, invisible now, and he's going to look at Dusty and the rest of the group and be like, now I know we're all tired. I'm happy to stay up with anybody. I'm not entirely sure I can trust myself here tonight when I sleep. My clever little ornamentation here was collected the last time I was in one of these places, and still resonates on occasion in unpleasant ways. That makes sense. Happy to keep company, but wouldn't probably put me up on my own.
Well, I can share the workload of both identifying and detecting magic.
Oh,
So
excellent.
I will spend some time with you doing that.
Tag team. But I think with our pursuers, we may want to set a watch after we identify this stuff. Tuck in for a night of sleepy times. No way bad dreams. In a no way haunted past playground. That's where we're at. That's all.
All right, so we setting a watch then? Yeah.
Ideally.
All right. Well, lads. So, do y'all want to take the first watch? And then, lads?
Oh, are we able to set up were we able to find an area that's like relatively defensible?
So, I think you're probably able to find like
Like a room or something that's kind of off to one of the things?
There's not like any like small rooms, like a 10 by 10 or 20 by 20 or anything like that. Most of the rooms are caves or caverns or places like the stockade or the pitch that you found. The smallest room would probably be all the way back at the well that you have come across thus far. But you can certainly find places that only have like one entrance and exit, kind of thing.
If we find something with like one entrance and exit kind of thing, I can ritual cast alarm.
Okay.
And that will alarm the door. It's a 20-foot cube.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah, until the spell ends, an alarm alerts you whenever a tiny or larger creature touches enters or works the area where you've cast the spell. You can designate a creature that won't set off the alarm. You can also choose whether it is mental or audible. And its duration is 8 hours. It's not concentration.
Okay.
So I think we find one of those rooms, and instead of staying up all night, I'll just do this. But I still may freak out and tie me up, do whatever.
We didn't bring Primrose along with us. That might not be necessary.
Roughing it.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe not a watch order, but instead, alarm on the door.
Yep. And identifying of anything
And
and
identifying.
detecting of things in case we missed anything.
Okay. So let's see. As of what you have gathered, testing or detecting as magical, certainly any of the potion/oil vials that you have found detect that way.
We had 2 that we hadn't identified yet.
Mm-hmm. The cap that you found. And that actually might be it.
Okay, so the coins are just coins.
The coins are
Good.
just coins. Yep.
And the silk handkerchiefs are just silk handkerchiefs.
You know what? Because it doesn't stand to reason how they would have survived, I'm gonna say they do detect as magical.
Okay. Oh, this one has 2 holes in it. What yeah, so we're gonna do identification then, and then we can split it up. So that's 5, unless we can do the handkerchiefs as a group if they seem to be the same. 5.
Same enough, yeah.
Yeah, so 6, 7, 8 things we gotta hit.
Okay. Where you want to start?
And by the way, if it's those 8 things, let me double check here. I still have, assuming I did 1 ritual for like 10 minutes there, so we're into the, I'm not going to eat too much of the long rest up. I still have, before we even go down, I have 5 first level and 2 second level, so I can actually do identify on more than half of this if you need me to. Lucky. So I'll just watch me pop my spell slots and hit the oh wait, I can get all of them, so I'll hit them all. I'll just burn my spell slots, Lucky. Keep me safe as I sleep.
Okay.
And let's start with the scarves. Handkerchief.
The handkerchiefs. All right. So you detect this handkerchief, and each one of them basically bears. No, we'll just call them ladies' favors.
1 wish spell each. What?
So essentially, what these are going to do is that each one of them is good for a basically a casting of bless.
Oh, nice.
Just on the person who activates it, essentially. So it wouldn't be like the 4 targets that bless usually has.
Right. It's like a single 1d4 to your
Right.
check or whatever.
But it lasts like, the normal minute or whatever that bless usually does.
Nice. So that's really cool. I like those. And then the 2 potions.
One of them is a potion of resistance. I don't know if are those typically determined what they are resistant against in the beginning.
I don't know.
Probably need to roll that. Let me see.
It's your world.
Potion. Ish. Potion of resistance. Okay, yes. Please roll a d10.
Who wants to do it? I think Dusty does. Roll 1, Dusty.
Anyone? Bueller.
3.
Man, 3 is popular tonight.
Was it a 3? Did I miss it?
It was a 3.
Oh, I just didn't hear you. Okay. It is fire resistance.
Nice.
The other potion is a potion of hill giant strength. Anybody drinking that will have their strength changed to a 21 for an hour.
And then they're very stylish. Very stylish. Cap.
Mm-hmm. The cat is
Cap of backward pointiness.
exactly cap of the homies.
Got one for me.
Streets. It is a cap of water breathing.
Oh shit.
While wearing this cap underwater, you can speak its command. Doesn't make much sense.
What's command is and that's so
Yeah,
as long as that's
While wearing this cap underwater, you can speak its command word. That's very strange. You're wearing it on your foot. Anyways, to create a bubble of air around your head, it allows you to breathe normally underwater. This bubble stays with you until you speak the command word again, the cap is removed, or you are no longer underwater. So it's really funny that you were describing that earlier, Chad, because that's literally what somebody rolled. So okay, so that covers the bases of what we found. All right, so you all kind of sit down, spend some time identifying this. What is there? Is there? Y'all have a fire? Is there an evening meal? What does that consist of? I mean, every Western has an around the campfire scene. So
I
us through that.
should probably preface that at some point, and I didn't mention it when it happened, but if you think that Virgil is going to bypass skinning an owl bear for at least some of the meat while we're down here, that would not be a Red Dead Redemption Wild West sort of deal if I did not skin some sort of magical animal for its meat and carcass. Therefore, he is going to have some form of owl bear meat. I imagine tonight's dinner is owl bear steaks with whatever form of canned beans or whatever we got from the whatever we got from the provisions in the general store. Yeah. So a very nice meal hosted by Virgil is he kind of looks around and he goes, how you like yours? To everybody.
Well, just in case it influences anybody's decision on that, if that's the case and we're going all out, then Dusty's gonna make some sweet skillet bread.
Heck yeah, man. That sounds good.
This might be our last meal after all.
Yeah, that's true. So might as well go all in. And he's gonna start cooking up these owl bear steaks. And I imagine like the consistency is it cooks like steak, but like it's got a slight gaminess that tastes like chicken because there's a mixture of fowl and bear, like game meat. So it's like a mixture of the two. But
a lot of fat on it. So
yeah, a lot of fat, a lot of marbling.
Yeah,
exactly. He goes around. You want a light cut, dark cut? We'll be looking at,
The lighter it is, the more it tastes like chicken.
The more it tastes, the lighter it gets, the more it tastes like chicken. Yeah. So 100%. So yeah, he'll be sitting there cooking those, and then I imagine there's some downtime during the cooking where it's just a good moment where they don't have to. They're not fighting people. They're not, and it's just that telling of stories, getting to know each other, maybe an occasional, I don't know if any of you have a musical instrument.
Dusty has a guitar.
Yep. And I imagine that there is some form of gentle music played by Dusty. And I can only imagine that maybe it is a Caldera folk song that like many people would know, so that like as you start playing, eventually maybe Virgil and some of the others might join in and there's like that moment. I can only imagine like that one sequence in Red Dead Redemption 2 when you occasionally go by the fireside at the camp and they start playing a song, and if you sit there long enough you actually start singing along with it. And I imagine that that is kind of like what we start seeing, is like this moment of peace and joy and like rest in the chaos that has been the last 2 or 3 days for these 5 gentlemen.
Absolutely. And of course, going back to the Three Amigos, I now have the boom, 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 boom.
Boom, 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 boom.
Blue shadow on the trail. All right. I would love if every single one of you, please, would give me a perception roll at disadvantage. It is based on hearing, if that makes a difference, Dusty.
Ooh, let me see.
Oh, or good point. Or Saul. 16. Virgil, that is at disadvantage, right? Excellent. Okay, cool.
11.
11. All right.
Perception, you said, right?
Correct. Dirty 1. Ooh.
I got a 9.
9. Okay, 9 times.
I
9.
did it 9 times.
I think he's a real righteous dude.
He's a righteous dude.
Dusty, what did you get? Did I get yours?
Not yet. I'm double checking.
You're
if
super
I get
quiet.
That on
Oh, there it goes.
I'm double checking if I get it on hearing as well. I think so, but I'm double checking really quick.
It would make sense with a dog.
Coyote.
Coyote, sorry, with a canine. Canid. Canid? Is that the right word?
Good news is I have not burned my new spell slots.
It should be keen senses or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I have that written down for smell, but I thought
Okay.
I saw
What's under your species traits? Yeah.
hearing as well.
It would probably list them together as opposed to breaking them out separately. I would imagine.
Don't know without looking. I'm looking at the sheet. I'm not seeing anything on the sheet immediately, so
Okay. Probably just straight up roll. Or what it
I
would
know
be
we
disadvantage.
use the nerdarchy thing, so I'm trying to look over that.
Oh, right. Yep. There's a version of a knoll, I think.
Said perception.
Correct. Perception.
It's gonna be a 9. Actually, with disadvantage, it's gonna be an 8 total.
8. Okay, so it is while you're having this little kumbaya moment that none of you notices, except for Virgil. Virgil, everybody's having this this camaraderie, this moment, and you're kind of sitting back with a little bit of objectivity, kind of looking at this and thinking to yourself, "What a great time! You know, this is nice. You know, here we are in this terrible, terrible place in this weird situation, but it's a nice reprieve." But then you hear something else. There's like a flapping noise, like a leathery, like leathery flapping noise occasionally, and it sounds like maybe it's closing, getting closer. Yeah, it's definitely getting closer. It's getting louder. And then, Saul, whether you set it to auditory or telepathic, your alarm spell goes off. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. So, this is really fun, y'all. I got to do a lot of fun, classic dungeony type things already, and I'm super duper looking forward to the few surprises that I still have planned. I'm gonna pass things back over to my players so that they can any parting words, touch again on where you may be able to find them, what they've got going on, and then we're going to call it a night. So we're going to start in reverse order with other Chad.
That's me in these parts. You can maybe find me on YouTube's. They're usually just linking to Jeremy's games anyways that I'm in. But you can find him at many places. You can find him at the Go Playing like we did, and maybe even get him in as your DM GM for you. Or after you watch this, maybe you want to do it yourself. There is a fun thing coming up thanks to Absolute Tabletop called Absolute Tabletop Convention. It looks like it's returning next year. So I hope to see some, if not all of you there. And look forward to that next summer. And like I said, Absolute Tabletop, check them out on the different socials. A great network of people that do this kind of stuff. And it's a great community. And Lucky is still being lucky so far. So we'll see though next time. I really was expecting to lose a shield at the least, but I guess for now he's gonna carry that old battered thing around for now until I don't know, maybe he'll come back out of this claim on it. We'll see. But thank you guys very much.
Absolutely, man. And whenever AbTab/MTD dropped that announcement just a few days ago, last week, whenever it was, with the very light hint that it's a possibility, I'm super duper stoked. Getting the chance to go to Chicago this past summer and meet a lot of new people and a lot of not old people, people that I had met long before COVID. Again, for the first time in a while, was really, really nice. And the possibility of getting to do that again next summer is very exciting. So I'm hoping that comes to fruition and that I manage to swing that. So, what else? Oh, yeah. Don't forget, also, like I said, keep your eyes and ears peeled. Next month, you will see a trilogy, at least beginning, if not also wrapping up and finishing in the month of October. That is going to be sponsored by Absolute Tabletop, using their new system that they kickstarted called Ethernexus. So yeah, we're gonna play some knights and weird mechs, traipsing around a broken world. So should be a lot of fun. All right, speaking of traipsing around a broken world, next up is Glenn.
Yay, that's me. This is great. I love this. I was trying to think. I've been playing D&D again after a long break for probably 2 years now. Todd, at least 2, if not more. I mean, Jeremy, I think we've been doing it for 2 years now, so probably close to 3. And I've done a few, like, here's a mansion. I did a little bit of Strahd, but this is the first back to dungeon delving. I'm looking forward to it. I love that stuff. I'm looking forward to also getting to dive into the last time Saul did this kind of stuff and having fun with that, and getting to hang out with all of these fine individuals. We have these individuals by themselves who are amazing. Yeah, check out AdTab. Absolute Tabletop is awesome. There's some cool other games. There's links to cool people. I'm happy to hear that they're doing their convention potentially again. Go meet other cool people and be weird in a room together.
That pretty well describes it.
Yeah. And then anybody who isn't familiar with Jeremy's trilogy, please feel free. There's an amazing trilogy. I thought, it was set in a futuristic world. Jeremy, what was that? What was that one again? I can't remember. I mean, episode 9 we finished on. I think.
Yeah. It was a trilogy of trilogies.
It was a trilogy of trilogies.
9 or 12, something like that.
Yeah. Who's counting? Honestly, I mean,
it all sort of just trickles down, right? It never sort of gets. But feel free to check out the trickle down on that one.
You said the name of it. Did you see?
I said the name of the thing and the thing. He did it. Let's do the hero landing. I can't. On that note, though, I can't land any better than that. No, reach out to Jeremy. Reach out to the people off Ad Tab. If you see me online, reach out. Otherwise, thank you, sir. Looking forward to another great session in a few weeks.
Hell yes, man. Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, I guilty as charged is all I can say. I have a very hard time landing short-term games in the time frame that I allot for them, and it's bitten me in the ass more times than I can count. But it's never a bad thing that it continues on.
Players.
What's that?
I said, yet it's been very good for your players.
Well, again, it's not bad for me. It's just I have like the next 6 games kind of in mind of like what I want to run is like one-shots and trilogies and things, and so that just gets backed up. So, but we're getting there. We're getting through them. Like I say that like there's an end to it at some point. I have no idea. I mean, I guess everything's finite. We'll see. But yeah, I'm super excited to have gotten back to this game. I love Caldera. Like I said, it's the very first thing that I ran here on the channel, and it's very near and dear to my heart. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to kind of blow the dust off of it and share it with all of you. And I'm happy to hear that it's that y'all are enjoying it so much. So thank you. Speaking of enjoyment, next up is Todd.
Had a great time tonight. Thank you, Jeremy. It's always good to get in there and do some dungeon diving. It's been a while. So this is great. Yeah, everybody else, check out AbTab. Check out Start Playing. Great people. Find good games.
Absolutely. Succinctly put. And I agree. Absolute Tabletop is, like everybody has said, is a really great community. It's a little less active now than it used to be, but that's just kind of the nature of Facebook in general, I think, and social media in general, honestly.
Yeah,
but
cycles.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it was new, you know, it was still very fresh. It was a smaller community. People posted all the time. I miss those days, but there's still a lot of really good people that are associated and that spend time checking in and stuff in Absolute Tabletop and its various little venues that it has spun off into. So yeah, if you can manage to find one of those groups and get involved, I'd highly recommend it. I have had some of the best games of my entire gaming career, spanning 30 years, because of people that I met online through Absolute Tabletop and its various groups. So I highly recommend checking it out. All right. Speaking, what is that? What is talking? Kind of a sexy voice. Speaking of a sexy voice, next up we have Nathan.
How you doing? How you doing? No, Jeremy, I'm so glad to be back. Both in Caldera and both on the channel. I know it's not been long. It's probably been longer than it feels, honestly, but it's not been long since we did the Dune trilogy. And oh my God, I still think about that almost every day. It was so much fun. And I know we give you a hard time in our chat about running more, and it was so much fun. And again, like I said, I still think about it every day, talk about it on a regular basis still. But it's good to get back with this group too, and get back into Caldera and jump back in the boots of Dusty. If he wears boots, not really sure if a coyote would wear boots, but you know, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, thank you guys for getting together and playing tonight. I hate that we've had so much trouble scheduling some months, but it's always exciting to get back into this and to get back to this group and see where our characters are going to go and how much farther we get into both our personal story and the overarching story of the world that's going on right now. Because I know, like, obviously my backstory, I know a good amount of Glenn's backstory. You know, we've gotten a little bit of pieces of everyone else's backstory, but I don't know where Jeremy's going to take those backstories. and flip them on their heads and send them back at us. And that's what excites me, and that's what I can't wait to find out.
I would never do such a thing. But if I were, hopefully you wouldn't see it coming. So yeah, that's one of the joys of having players who give me so much material to work with, as far as character backstories and things to tie story threads onto, anchoring points and things like that, so that I can give them little yanks. It's always a very fun part of my job as a DM. So thank you all for being those kinds of players. It makes my job a lot easier.
Speaking of a very fun part, it's really fun to roll critties in a Big O Critty shirt. So go get you a Big O Critty shirt. It's highlighted my life to roll a crit wearing this Big O Critty shirt.
Fantastic. I need to get myself one. I don't know where the hell I would wear it, but I can at least wear it here on the channel. So I need to get myself one. Because it makes me giggle every single time I come across that graphic. So yeah, absolutely. And thank you for buying one of those. So speaking of makes me giggle every time I see it, last but certainly not least, Chadley.
Best segue I've ever had. Yeah, anywho. Guys, I love you. I genuinely do. Each and every one of you. I love you so much. This game just these players have been phenomenal every week to week. And then on top of it, I just love the story that we're building. I love the characters that we're building. And thank you guys also for jumping on the bandwagon at the beginning of this when I was like, hey, weird thing, can I be a vulture man? And then all of a sudden, all of us were like, you know what? That actually sounds like a cool vibe. Let's do it. So thanks for jumping in and doing that for me. But I think it has definitely created a very unique and wonderful story that I feel like we're just now getting to start to tell together. So Jeremy, thank you very much, buddy. As always, I love what you do. And I love and I think it's a testament to the people that you bring to the table, man. The people that you bring to the table. All of you guys are some of my best friends, and I genuinely cannot wait month to month to be able to get to be a part of this. So also, you freaked me out with the leather wings. I don't know if we're facing a dragon. I don't know if we're facing a man bat. I don't know if we're facing whatever that is. All you said was leather wings, and now my brain goes 1,000 different ways to go.
Don't think he said wings. I think
He
he
didn't
said
even say
leather
wings.
flapping.
He just said leather flapping. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
No. I mean, it could be wings. It
Could be all kinds of dangly bits.
Could be a biker bar. It could
I don't
be.
want to even think of other things that are leather and flapping. I don't want to.
Judas Priest tribute band.
I don't.
It could be.
Surprise! It's Keith Richards.
You can find a Robin Hood hat.
Yeah,
could be men in leather tights.
Men in tights, just a bunch of men in tights, just rappelling down the ravine.
It's fucking sea elves, leather flapping, and the hat we found. It's probably like Aqua Kids.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just Aquaman. Aquaman.
Yeah. With this game in this group, you never know.
Anything's
possible.
You never know. But yeah, I genuinely love you. I appreciate you. And this is going to be one hell of a ride. I'm excited for the other games we have on tap and coming up soon. But this is always one that I love coming back to and being a part of. So thank you very much, man.
Dude, absolutely my pleasure. For those of you, it's been a little while since I've mentioned it, I think. So for those of you who are into this kind of blending of fantasy and the Wild West, whenever I started developing the Caldera and doing my steeping and my research, one of the things that helped me develop the feel for this was I came across a comic book called The Sixth Gun. I highly recommend, if you are into graphic novels, comic books, as well as fantasy in the Wild West, that you take a look at the Sixth Gun. It's a really badass story, and is very clever in a lot of ways. So yeah, if you're into that kind of thing, definitely go check it out. Thank you for anybody who watched along with us this evening, whether you tuned in live along with us as we were playing, or whether you may be watching at some point in the future. Hello in the future. Yeah, it means a lot to me that there's people that come here and find entertainment, and that watch us roll dice and tell stupid jokes about Tarask asses, and find entertainment out of that. That is very endearing to me. So yeah, I appreciate you spending some time with us. Remember that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone, and sometimes it can make a monumental difference to how their day is going, or more, their week, their month, their year. You have no idea the kind of struggle that someone might be going through, and just a smile or a kind gesture, or helping them out in some small way, opening a door for someone, it could change their entire outlook, and it doesn't cost you anything at all. So that's an easy currency to give away, I think. So yeah, go out, be kind, don't be a dick. What else? I think that's going to be it. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of the week. Until next time, may your dice roll high, and your snacks always be within reach.